Hello, everyone, and welcome to what is our final day of the NACL group stage here. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be filled with upsets, some cheers. There's going to be all sorts of emotions that are going to be felt throughout the area. Guiding you here today, my name is Travis. I am joined with the birthday princess, Mats. How are you doing?
I'm so old. I'm 25, and I'm spending my birthday weekend here casting some League of Legends. I wouldn't have it any other way. As you said, the group stage is coming to a close, and we are locking in our playoff bracket by the end of the day.
Yeah, and you know what? It's going to be a fun-filled day. Like I said, there's some tragedy that's going to be sprinkled in there. Not every team can make it onto the net stage, and this is where cuts have to be made to be able to find out our second seeds going into it. But let's go ahead and take a moment to look at the format itself to make sure that we check into everything here. So as you can see, we go through the entire qualification process. You go through the start, and then you get yourself in through that Swiss format, got yourself into the group stage. It's been a long journey for a lot of these teams, right? Like, it is arduous to actually make it even this stage, which is an incredible feat on its own.
Yeah, this is the second one as well. A lot of these teams already had to do it twice throughout the entirety of this split, maybe even 4 times if you're some of the teams that have stuck together the entire year. If you look over at the Swiss stage, like you said, we've already well past all of this to move on to the group stage where we had 16 teams qualify there. We're actually only left with 12 teams by this point because we already saw the lower bracket first round matchups complete. And now we are here all the way on the right of this graphic with match L2 of all the groups. And we are here trying to get our second seeds from all the groups over to the elimination bracket where we already have our first seed teams there waiting for them. And as we said before, this is all to qualify for the promotion tournament with all of the points that you get for every single individual win you achieve.
Yeah, and you can see even, right, each win that you're getting inside of it. Every win counts. Every single thing you can possibly do gets you that much closer to being able to go into that promotion tournament, trying to see if you can be that net success story to go into the roster. You can see here we actually have the points. And look at how far ahead actually the top 4 teams are in regards to points. This is why it matters for a lot of these teams, especially our first matchup of the day, Gentle Heart, sitting at 95 points. They need to make that run, and it starts right here if they want to be able to start making that process happen.
Yeah, it's, I think, statistically impossible. I was listening to the update video, the recharge from Grapes this weekend. I was listening to that, and it sounds like if you don't win the whole tournament, you're not top 4 already, then you actually can't get into the promotion tournament. So these teams really need to rely on those last few points or those last few wins that they have to get. They have to literally beat everybody to make it all the way to the finals and make it to the promotion tournament. So it'll be pretty tough as we take a look at our first roster today.
Yeah, we can see our first roster here already, and you can see it's Gentle Hearts Gaming is going to be a part of it. They're going to be making that run to go across. And hey, look, if you enter into any competition, I'm sure every single one of these players, they enter into the competition saying, you know what? We aim for that dub. We aim for first place. You want to be that one that's standing on the top of the podium. Nobody aims for second or third when it comes down to competition. So, Gentle Hearts, they got their work cut out for them. I do want to take a quick moment to talk to everybody inside the chat to give a quick reminder as well, real quick, before we get too deep into everything, that we do have the NACL Summer Finals that these teams are all looking to qualify for. So make sure that you're looking into that. They're trying to get into the NACL. They're trying to go into that promotion. Summer Finals is going to be this Wednesday, so they're all probably going to be keeping their eyes on that as a possible place. And you can keep your eyes too, as tickets are still on sale for that over at the Riot Games Arena, Wednesday, August 9th, 1 p.m. Pacific time, and the doors open at 12. So make sure you check it out. It's only like $10 a ticket. So if you're in the area, what else do you have besides supporting some good old NA, North America, finest talent looking to compete against each other, as we have English challengers taking on Disguise Toasty Skies. So, should be a very fun matchup. But Summer, back onto the road for today. How are you feeling about Gentle Hearts?
I mean, these guys have looked pretty dominant in this group, although They did have to play against Mirage Alliance. That one didn't go as well as I'm sure they were hoping. But the game against Komodo was complete destruction. I think this team should be very confident going into this matchup, especially considering if we look over at their opposition, the roster is a little bit different. And this is where we have to address the elephant in the room, which is that there have been some behavior checks that went all around the entirety of North America, and a few of our players in the qualifiers did get bonked. And for Return of the Middle Sticks, that is their bottom lane pair. So Zev and Boy Wonder are stepping in and hoping to try to complete that miracle run that we were talking about before, because Return of the Middle Sticks have had some pretty surprising moments. They did take down Komodo in their match just last weekend, so very well done to them. And they have already made it to top 12 in this tournament. We'll see if they can keep this going with a new bot lane.
Yeah, incredible achievement already, but their work's cut out for them, as you were talking about. They're going into the opposition with a new bot lane and going in against somebody who has looked good against everybody who hasn't been named Mirage so far.
Yeah.
Has been like that's still a pretty strong statement to be had. So Return to Middle Six, they've made a thing about showing the surprise party. See if the surprise party continues onward here. We're getting into the champ splits already, and seeing already a couple of picks taken off the table.
Yeah, Rumble's already gone. I know that champion's been very, very obnoxious. We are, of course, still staying on patch 13.13. This is a part of the tournament where it does start to feel like we're getting pretty far behind, because on live we're on 13.15 already. But yeah, I just want to stay on the same tournament for the entirety of this. Unfortunately, this means no Soul Fighter Diego.
There'll be another day. There'll be another day, Summer. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, no, none of the good stuff there. None of those cool skins. But hey, on terms of good stuff, we're seeing already. First pick is available for Return of Middle Stick, and I'm actually curious on what they decide they want to lock in. It is the LeBlanc right off the get go.
Still super powerful here, and with a lot of the other big powerful picks taken off the board, like the Tristana, Maokai, and Kaisa, all these very first pickable on blue side, just go right back to the stock standard LeBlanc. So we're going to be moving on through this. There are still some other big champions, big names here, like the Ziggs. That's been super powerful, super popular as well, multiple different roles. Jace also can enable some mages to happen, because you can go for some AD mid laners. I know Cinna likes to go for a lot of those too, so maybe we do end up seeing the Ziggs locked in for Scoop.
Yeah, I was about to say too with that lock-in, but another powerful pick you were talking about is that Rel, and that is an easy lock-in whenever you don't first pick it over here on the blue side. So easy lock-in for them, but we have seen some adaptations that have came about. I like the idea of grabbing the Poppy as an answer, and then also if you do want to grab another champion, hey, look, hook, line, and sinker. I see you hovering it. I might be getting baited, but I'm cool with a Nautilus pick to associate with it to help make the fights a little bit more clean for the Poppy.
Nautilus, a pretty simple champion, does exactly what you want a support to be able to do. To tank up some damage, get some crowd control there, strong early game, strong lane presence. Something that I think Return of the Middle Sticks is really looking to have in their bottom lane, because, as we mentioned before, this is a new set of players and a new look here. Zev, as you can see, he has unfortunately the blue otter tag here. They didn't get the name subbed in quite yet, but you know what? That's okay. He's still a Rodham guy in our hearts, as the Darius does get locked in for Barrack. That's a blind Darius.
Yeah, that's a blind Darius. That's blind as can be. You don't see that very often inside of any standard league of competition at the moment. I am curious. I feel like this is just a vote of confidence on Barrack. Barrack's been insanely good inside of the qualifier, and has been a great force to be reckoned with over there in the top side. So I wonder if this is them kind of like throwing down the gauntlet, saying, "All right, Picky Kirk, what you got? What do you really have to be able to deal with a Darius here?"
I'm surprised that the Ziggs didn't come through and the saving the Darius till later. This was just really trying to get Barrack on a comfort pick, regardless of what the matchup is going to be, which I think is really fun. Yeah, the Zig's already going to be banned away by Return to the Middle Sticks, and I would expect another mage to come through because Gentle Hearts already have both the Jace and the Darius
Hmm.
all physical damage here for Gentle Hearts Gaming. So really need some extra firepower, probably of the ranged variety.
Yeah, I was about to say like the next best mage in the bot lane's what Karthus, right? And then after that, there's a you kind of go down a list. You have to go down a little bit
Sure.
further. Varus is another good one, actually. Yes, because the AP variant as well. I wonder if we do get to see a Karthus. Karthus doesn't seem like a
Yeah.
scooped champion for me, though.
It could go jungle too. Like you can still go for a mage in that role, King
True.
Clueless, maybe something like that. Karthus, maybe like an Evelyn can get locked in. Nidalee maybe. There's not that much crowd control here. You can definitely give it a try though. Um, is okay, Lilia. I mean that's a good
Okay.
option too. This is more facilitative in its role, less damage than those other ones that we mentioned. Still very powerful. Still does provide the magic damage. And with this, you actually have a pretty solid initiation all of a sudden,
Mm-hmm.
as soon as King Clueless locks in that Zonias.
Actually disgusting. The combination of Rail Lilia is actually pretty gross. Just that two alone is just like, all right, yeah, free lullaby to be able to come out. And Return to Middle Sticks is saying, all right, bet we're gonna get pulled in. We might as well make it close quarters. They grab themselves the Gnar to throw up the entire opposition up against the wall. Win the initiation comes across. So giving Cookie Crook something to be able to deal with the Darius over there in the top side. Don't have to worry about getting bullied too hard. Last pick for Return to Middle Sticks is to see what they have inside of that bottom lane. They're currently hovering Aphelios, but there's a couple different options. There it is. It is going to be Aphelios down there.
Denying that champion away from Scooped as well, who did hover it for a brief moment before deciding on the Lilia. Just trying to mask that pick for a little later on. Just keeping that confidence, I suppose, and not necessarily wanting to blind the Aphelios, it seems, is a very rare situation where we get both bot lane champions as the
Mm-hmm.
last pick in the
Yeah.
draft. It looks like it's going to be Ezreal, so some more magic damage there, but more specifically, this is the first big ranged champion that Gentle Hearts Gaming are going to have. They've got Jace too, but this one stays ranged the entire time, more of a purist in that way, and does still bolster that poke very nicely. Stay away from the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I really like a lot of the ideas that come out here from the Gentle Hearts squad, right? Like they do have the Rail Lilia combo, but it's also like the Darius is able to keep people close to him because of the magnet pull. They're gonna always be pulled in, they'll be sleeping. Jace can kind of choose their moment to go in, and Ezreal, like you just brought up, Summer, they're safe from LeBlanc, which is I think the big thing. How do you actually get into the backline and have something to just grab a hold of the Ezreal? Don't catch Scoop by surprise. So I'm looking at Return to Middle Six and trying to figure out what kind of creative angles they're going to be looking at inside of the fights to get those flanks, get something to be able to surprise the squad of Gentle Heart.
Mainly gonna have to be Dragowski, as we do have this Poppy jungle. Gonna be denying things like the Rel engage that you mentioned before with the W, but also Poppy's early game is just so filthy, disgusting, and really strong with the ganks. So very happy to see that one locked in for Dragowski, the playmaker, and yeah, the lanes are gonna have to be worried for the first few levels against a champion like this that can, as you said with Gnar, also slam you against the wall very early on too.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of potential to just like fumble an initiation from Gentle Hearts, right? Like Gentle Hearts go in at the wrong time. It does become a little bit of a weird scenario, especially because something else that we didn't talk about is that damage dealer in the Aphelios, who is going to be able to take advantage of all that space created to kind of set up and position themselves in the fights as they need to be, especially if everybody kind of gets locked down into a wall like that.
Yeah, the damage is gonna have to be very big for the new guy here for Return to the Middle Sticks. Pape out, Zev in, and this Zev is a guy who on Blue Otter didn't actually quite make it into that top 16. So pulling a little deeper into the well for the AD carry position might be a bit tough here. So we'll see if the Return to the Middle Sticks squad can make that miracle run. I'm really looking forward to this because they have actually shown us some pretty big wins. This is the only team that, based on seeding alone, was not favored to make it into the top
Mm-hmm.
16. I believe they were 18th, 17th, somewhere around there.
They were around there, yeah.
Yeah, so they've still got that chip on their shoulder, even more so. Maybe a whole bowl of chips and some dip on this shoulder, perhaps, as they're trying to beat one of our top dogs.
That dip might need to be a little bit spicy because, as you said, it's one of the top dogs that we've seen inside of it. And hey, look, it's even crazier to think about too that we were talking about the points earlier on. Both of these teams are teams that have to win it all, right? Like these are two teams that are like, yeah, the points are nice. It's cool. We can look at it. It's great. We can put it down on a piece of paper, hang it up onto the wall. It's not going to do anything for us. What we need to do is we need a trophy. We need to win. We need to get first place. And that is an undeniable truth for both of these teams. So both of these teams, their journey towards that, right? They can't lose a single game from this point forward. And it all starts right here. They need to find that series win for both of these teams. So one team's hope remains alive. The dreams remain intact. And the other one has to come face to face with a little bit of a nightmare.
If we can look at that point breakdown again real quick, if we have the time, as we're waiting on the delay just a little while longer, yeah, you can see Toronto Middle Sticks, they've got 45, but 45 is completely irrelevant. If you win the entire thing, then you have infinite points. You just take an 8 and then you turn it on its side, and then yeah, you go first seed immediately above Team Ambition, above Mirage Alliance, all these guys. So if Return of the Middle Six, or like you were saying before, if Gentle Hearts Gaming can make that miracle run, then that is going to be pretty impressive. As if we could look at the bracket again too, I believe that whoever wins this this series is actually against Coachify, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, so not necessarily the most difficult matchup in first round, I would say.
It's been a crazy qualifier too, right? Like it's just been an absolute insane run for some of these teams that have gone through. And hey, look, if you are able to get through this, you do have Team Coachify, who has made their name known and they've made themselves known as a seed 1. But hey, look, Gentle Hearts, they still remember what happened with Mirage Alliance when they went against them, right? And they're in the middle sticks. They probably look over and say, I don't want to mess with Mirage Alliance. I don't want anything to do with it. It is one of those things where, you know, Team Coachify, it's a new team, it's a fresh face, and out of all the seed 1 teams, this is the team that people didn't project to be the seed 1 coming out of their bracket. So that is a big one for them. That is the big expectation, though. So the hope it remains alive. Cinderella is still there. So we can see exactly, you know, hey, who's got the carriage and who's going to have the pumpkin.
So we are moving into the game here pretty soon. You know, we do have another fun sponsor you may have noticed on the bottom, but we have to shout out the one true sponsor that we've had the entire time. That sounds like shade to Subway. I'm sorry, Subway. You guys are great too. But the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. You can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Get boring rental cars at Turo.com. And yeah, again, thanks to Turo. They've been here the entire time for this split, and they're here driving us right into game 1. Again, Return of the Middle Sticks, Gentle Hearts Gaming. Whoever wins this series moves on to the playoffs.
It all starts here with game number 1. All teams are going to go ahead and get their spots locked and loaded, get themselves ready to go inside of this. Any particular place that you're looking at to be some contention here between these two teams in the early parts? Or you think we're going to have a relatively peaceful early game?
Oh, it's got to be this Jungle Poppy. You don't really want to full clear anything on this champion. You need to get the charge onto the wall as soon as possible. And a lot of these lanes are actually pretty volatile too. You've got 2 engage supports. You've got a Darius to worry about up top. And you also just want to get your LeBlanc out of this lane for Max to really start affecting the map. So I would expect Dragowski to have a wealth of options and also just a lot of that he really wants to go to too. It's not like you want to leave anyone out to dry either. These are lanes that you need to get ahead for the most part.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Because if you leave like a Gnar and Darius starts getting ahead for some inconceivable reason, right? Like this should be a relatively safe matchup, but you're looking at King Clueless and you're like, all right, this Lilia, they're going to be able to clear fast. They're going to be able to move around. What impact will they have, right? Like even though Lilia isn't like the queen of ganking anybody, Darius is running Flash Ghost up there into the top side. Barrick is looking to run down Cookie Crook.
He blinded this as a reminder. The Darius was R3. Gnar was not chosen yet, so Barrick is very, 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 very confident.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met Barrick not be confident that this player is coming into their own inside of the qualifier, as well as everybody on side of Gentle Hearts. There's a squad that I just feel like they lead their plays with confidence every single time they go.
You know, we have a bit of a saying on the broadcast team, and it's a bit mean to Barrick, but
Okay.
I'm gonna say it anyway.
Okay. You have a birthday princess
predict
pass.
a UCI player to win qualifiers.
No!
Somehow they are always cursed, Travi. I don't know how, because every single time we watch these guys play, it's across the entire roster, and it's not just Barrick, it's not just Senna. We've seen like Mike Young in the qualifiers, we've seen Gorica in the qualifiers, we've seen a whole lot of them, and every time it's like, oh man, what happened?
Do together
fell apart. Even Kim down in the NACL playoffs, you know, he used to go to UCI. Everyone was like, oh yeah, TL's gonna win the entire thing. Where are they in the finals? They're not there. It spreads across the entire region here, Travi, and I don't understand it. I know these players can do big things, but if you want your predictions to be intact, which by the way, mine are not, perhaps, if this is actually true. I did predict Gentle Hearts Gaming to win against my better judgment.
You believe that Barrick could break the curse. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. I hope that he can, because like I said, I know these players can do big things, but it is a saying for a reason. They do often get cursed.
I hope they're able to get past. I didn't realize this stat until you had brought it up to me, and now here I am. Cookie Crook in a rough spot. That was really good by Barrick. Great on Cookie Crook. Just jump out immediately there, because one more hit.
The Darius is just so scary in this lane, but a little less so now that that ghost is gone. Actually, a favorable summoner spell trade. You could even call it a trade. Cookie Crook didn't actually use anything, so feeling okay in this ranged versus melee matchup. So he's got a little range there, throwing these little boomerangs over at the Noxian General.
Small Gnar is the way to be inside this. You don't want to get big. Control your anger, Cookie Crook. Don't want to run into the ats of Noxian General, as you were talking about. As we are seeing more movement down here towards the bottom side. Poppy trying to get some action going. Lilia was starting up the dragon as well. Got a little tussle into the bot lane and then engage onto Zeb. They are the new boy on the street and they're going to get popped as such. First blood going on over to Gentle Hearts Gaming as they're still looking to aggress a little bit further on. The bowling ball comes through and it is not going to be the strike needed. Boy Wonder is able to barely hold on.
That was super close. Scooped actually ended up using his flash just to redirect his mystic shot around Boy Wonder. So that summoner spell ends up getting used. Sandwich picks up the first blood and Return of the Middle Sticks. Their new player is feeling a warm welcome in the last stage of the group set. And yeah, Gentle Hearts Gaming off the races. Very well done.
Yeah, when Gentle Hearts start cooking, as now Senna taking a little bit of a trade. And now the pings are coming out. Drake was the obsession right there. King Clueless was on the middle of starting that. And is wanting to get back into it yet again. Cookie Crook needs to be careful. Fully stacked. That was not a favorable trade. So he is going to force flash for flash.
Gotta flash out of that one. If you do let yourself get W'd by the Darius, then that is likely enough damage to just get dunked on right there. So very careful in this lane. This time it's a favorable summoner spell trade for Barrick, who is now actually in a 1 versus 2 with no flash.
Yeah, but I actually kind of like those odds. They still have the dunk, as you were talking about. Like, yeah, it's very terrifying. Cookie Crook, you get in the range. That's in range for an E from Darius. He just pulls you going in. What you going to do with all that range now, buddy?
Yep. Good point. Dragowski may have had to flash out of that one if he kept on advancing on the Poppy. He does have full completed boots, but wasn't able to move around the map in order to deny the Drake, which was taken by King Clueless. This bot lane pressure we see out of Gentle Hearts Gaming has been working pretty well now that they've got a big wave crashing onto Scoop. At least being attempted to crash. It looks like a wave clear is actually good enough, surprisingly enough. Just a cannon and a couple of range minions left.
Nice little roam coming in from Matt inside of the mid lane, moving around with that Poppy a little bit, just getting a little bit of vision secured, making sure everything's good inside the river. They'll return back to lane after Senna comes back through, but you can see right now, fog, it's dark. It's a dark night here so far. Just have some defensive wards at the current moment in time just to make sure those advances are not breached upon by Gentle Hearts. But King Clueless, yeah, hey, it's time to go bowling. It's the wilting lullaby. You can hop, skip, jump, but all that awaits you is a dire nightmare. King Clueless picking up the solo kill in the top side.
Yeah, 300 gold for King Clueless. Barrack now in a solo lane, quite literally. There's no Gnar anymore, and he gets to push in that way. This is a nice bit of pressure to have against a champion that has teleport, where you brought Ghost, so you get a nice free recall if you want. Maybe pressure over on this Rift Herald that's been started up as Dragowski is going to find this and then run away, scurrying little yordle legs. You have to
yeah. You ain't the 4-star Poppy at the moment, but they do get a nice keeper's verdict, knocks him on away. King Clueless is still in the midst of the pit. Dragowski's laying a good amount of damage. Cookie Crook gets the kill, but Rift Herald was secured by Gentle Hearts. Over onto the side as well. Chase. Senna got taken out as well. All things considered, that's pretty good for Return to Middlestick.
A bit of a sloppy play there for Gentle Hearts Gaming. Seems like King Clueless maybe got a bit ahead of himself. Barrack was not able to impact this fight whatsoever. You did see the Poppy ultimate take Sandwich out of the exchange as well. Even though Gentle Hearts Gaming do pick up the 300 gold associated with Rift Herald, no actual eye. So the additional power against these turret plates is nowhere to be seen.
Going to have to brute force them inside of this game. That's how Gentle Hearts are going to have to do it. It's an even ball game in terms of the gold now, with everything all said and considered. Gentle Hearts did get that first dragon still, so with 2 minutes coming up, they're going to have their eyes on that second one, trying to secure themselves that great lead, keep things going for themselves. It has been Gentle Hearts who have been first to a lot of these plays here, so despite the fact that they have been sloppy in that last one, they're still the ones that are actually forcing kind of the own pacing of the match, to say.
How long will that continue to be true? Because Max did pick up a very early static shiv thanks to that kill on the Senna last play. Did actually get Dragowski in on a play as well in the river, so see if this actually has a continuing trend as Cookie Crook actually.
Yeah, going for the rotation. They escaped a gank and made a gank play happen in the mid lane. That was some really good vision that led into that play, and good idea from Cookie Crook, just taking a complete blind path that Gentle Hearts had no idea was coming.
That's what I was talking about. You know, you have some extra map pressure, especially on this top side. You have that teleport, the Mega Gnar all available, well timed on the Rage Bar too, so just a really solid team play. And top side of Return of the Middlesticks doesn't seem to have missed a single beat. This is very, very crucial if they're wanting to make that playoffs run happen.
This is really good too, because now they have a Gnar who's got 2 kills for themselves somehow after being in an unfavorable situation. They found themselves in quite a good one. And like you're saying, Return of Middlesticks, they've actually found life in the solo lanes, right? Gentle Hearts, they found themselves struggling. And here we go. Return of Middlesticks, they're keeping the surprise going. You just got back to mid lane. We'll go back to the fountain, Senna. They're going to go ahead and drop this Jace yet again. Return of Middlesticks, they are the ones that are the trendsetters, the pacemakers now.
True ruthless bullying in the mid lane against Senna, trying to maybe keep the UCI curse going. It seems 0-3 in this lane. Now, even the blue buff can't be captured by King Clueless. Gotta prance away.
Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and even Boy Wonder, just playing a little bit of a diversion here. making sure that King Clueless is not able to advance
Whoa.
forward. Getting a little bit too uncomfortable there, though. King Clueless used the wilting lullaby. They are asleep at the moment. Look at Barrett. They have popped Ghost. They want into the action, but they can't just run in there by themselves, or else they might get blown up instead. And King Clueless is too low. This is just going to be them grabbing that second dragon of the game off of the play, but going to give up a lot of gold actually over the return of middle sticks as a result.
I think Return to the Middle Sticks are not feeling amazing about this particular exchange. 2 Drakes going over to Gentle Hearts Gaming isn't exactly what you want off of the map like this, so I think they maybe got a bit ahead of themselves on this play, trying to go for the blue buff. A blue buff for Ocean Drake trade. I favor the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it gives you health regen and all that good stuff, you know, it's nice. Yeah, I was actually surprised. Cookie Crook actually just backed while they were doing it. I thought they were going to actually try to see if they could peel off a little bit more gold off of that top tower, but they did just back off after a little bit. Said, this is a good time for me to go back and get my Triforce. It's cool. Understood. Right now, though, I mean, still pretty even game, but Return of Middle Sticks, I like the gumption that they're going for right now, right? They are really, it feels like they're catching Gentle Hearts off guard every single time, especially King Clueless, who is out here now. All of a sudden, Drukowski, who was quiet for the first 10 minutes, is now a bully inside the jungle.
Yeah, you can really tell that confidence is paying dividends as the pressure continues in the top lane. Again, nobody got that Rift Herald early, so the damage that's been dealt to this top lane turret has been entirely off of the lane pressure. Crook about to take his 4th turret plate of the lane. This is a lot of gold going over to the Gnar, who does also have a CS advantage against Barrick's blind Darius, so he's working out very well. He actually might even take the full 1st turret, all plates attached.
This is an excellent punch. This is so good to see from a team. They see the disrespect of a the Darius blind, and they say, you know what? All right, cool. Bet we are going to punish this immediately. Barrick is still over here. Cookie Kirk does know that somebody was inside that bush because of the boomerang toss, though. You know about that. Boy Wonder. Nice little bit of a dismount, forcing out a little bit of the abilities from Scooped in them to get away from what could have been a perilous situation, but Lilia could be looking to make their way around as the pressure continues.
We're at the point of the game where the teleports are unleashed. They have been for a bit, thanks to the recent change. The map plays are more possible, though, for Return to the Middle Sticks. They do have both of the teleports. As the Hex Flash over here.
That's scary.
Play bodyguard for the red buff.
Yeah, no, and I mean, one of the things I really like about what Return to Middle Sticks and what they're doing here, they have a lot of really good defensive vision, right? Like, they have been constantly throughout the map, they've been putting it in choke points where you're going to be at. They have full vision of what Gentle Hearts wants to do in every single one of these instances. It's going to force a teleport. We got to fight. Coming at you. Boy Wonder taking a lot of damage. Drop down to half HP. Nice looking lullaby is going to be able to hit on the 4 members as well as Drukowski taking a good bit of hurt, but Zev is the one who took the main amount of punishment. 1 kill in favor of Gentle Hearts.
We actually saw that teleport that I mentioned before used by Cookie Crook there too, to little effect. Eric still pressuring the lanes elsewhere, so very favorable play for Gentle Hearts Gaming. Apart from the flash that Scooped had to use, you didn't really have to blow anything on that play, so very well done out of Gentle Hearts Gaming. They can retain some amount of pressure on this map, which lapsed a lot in. As you mentioned, it is quite strong for the Gnar here in this game, and there's still a lot left to be taken off the map too. This Rift Herald has just won.
Like a eligible person to go ahead and get that objective going. You can already see King Clueless, Barrett, they're kind of circling around it. Drukowski is just like, alright, I remember what happened last time here. You don't want to mess with me here. Drukowski's going to be the one to start things up for their team. There's no vision on this. This should be just a free Rift Herald or Return to Middle Sticks, and they have all the resources in position if Gentle Hearts to try to contest.
I'm still replaying in my mind the static shiv auto on that wave up top from Max. That was very satisfying. I'm gonna have to go back and clip that, I think, and turn it into a GIF and make that my Discord banner, because that was very, very nice. I will miss static shiv LeBlanc when we're a few patches later, but right now still 13.13, so you can still go for Static Shiv into the Night Harvester, and it all works well. Rest in peace, Static Shiv.
Oh, you sound a little bit mournful. Some people are probably cheering about that.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a menace, but wave clear is satisfying.
It is very satisfying. It's a very satisfying item just in general, right? You don't have to do much. It's very satisfying just watching every little bit of lightning just conjoin between the minions. Something else that's satisfying is being able to get third Drake. And Gentle Hearts, they want that third Drake, but Return to Middle Sticks, they are not letting them call the shot. Splash, anchor toss on forward. They go in for the dredge line, but the magnetic pull brings them all in. Senna gets their second kill of the game. And Return to Middle Stick, yet again, Nautilus is getting blown up, but Matt's HP is not looking too terribly good, and Barrack is waiting in the lane.
See if King Clueless can actually stick around here. Half HP on the Lilia, needs some more healing in this Drake take. He gets from the Lilia passive, luckily. I think it actually is going to be enough. This is actually going to be 3 Drakes in a row for Gentle Hearts Gaming, who have not had control of the Rift by any stretch of the imagination. A nice pick into 3 Drakes in a row. That they do have quite a lot of scaling online.
Charge off, that's mid tower opened up, so that could possibly aid. They're going to get a second charge as well, laying a little bit more hurt onto them, but it is a little bit worrying, right? And this does bring into a concern for Return to Middle Sticks. Every single one of their big moves for these fights to stop a lot of what Gentle Hearts want to do or anything like that, they're impactful, but they have a wind-up, right? You need an Angie Gnar over here. You need the Poppy to spin that hammer right round, baby, right round. You can't get either one of those immediately. You have to build up. You have to be prepared for such. And right now, Ricky Kirk fighting a helicopter. He might be fighting a little bit more. There, want it? He wants to smoke. Here we go. Lilia's here as well. They got the burn. They got the bleed.
Oh!
Dinosaur hunting, and Reptar gets out clean.
Right, just the flash used in trade of the Ghost. And again, Cookie Crook gets away with a bit of robbery here. Wow. That was a bush play. That was a 2 versus 1 that Gentle Hearts Gaming set up, and they could not take down the Gnar. A big disaster for Gentle Hearts Gaming again. But this is just a Gnar. They still have 3 Drakes for themselves. They're still trying to play a bit of the long game in this one, as we're at a point where the scaling isn't quite so powerful for Return to the Middle Sticks. They have to deal with all this poke later on into the game. They have to put themselves in a position to actually take the next Drake off of the map, maybe a Baron trade or something of the sort, because they really don't want to give up this soul.
I'm actually a little bit worried about the scaling option as you were just talking about that, because Scooped is nearing that 2-item power spike onto the Ezreal that we've all come to know inside of Ezreal play, and that's a terrifying situation. Dragowski pulls the trigger immediately. There was zero hesitation on Senna's life there.
You cannot walk next to any wall on the entire rift against Dragowski. Senna drops for the 4th time in this game. Again, just he's been bullied so frequently in this one, as the Baron actually gets started up by Return to the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, they're calling the trigger on this. They say, yo, Senna's down. They're down for another 15 seconds. They have teleport. But this is going down pretty well. Red and white for the Affiliates. Those colors do not run, and they might be looking to pull the trigger onto a fight. Sandwich is all alone inside of the Baron Pit area. Boy Wonder getting popped off as well. The Wilting Lullaby only catching on to Magical Throw onto the side, and here comes the teleport. They're going to try and do some swing up to see if they can peel off the Baron buff off of some of the members of Return to the Middle Sticks, and they're being successful at just that, as only 2 members remain with that Baron buff. Gentle Hearts fire back.
Hey, Return to the Middle Sticks, they take the Turo Baron buff, but they lose 3 members in the process. Darius is starting to get a little bit terrifying right now, Travesty. We see Barrack is on the board now, trying to get the resets down. Looks like it's going to be even a turret taken by Gentle Hearts Gaming. It is still close quarters in these fights, but Baron is on 2 members for Return to the Middle Sticks. They definitely still win out on the play, especially if they can take some more of these structures, as Max is stationed in the bottom lane to try to start that train.
Both the solo laners are the ones with it, so keep our eyes on them as they're going to look to push their advance. Darius can do nothing. You may be excited about the 1 kill for Barry, but I look over at the 203 LeBlanc with Baron buff, and I go, yeah, good job, Darius. You're not playing for a little bit. You're not going to be able to do anything. Look at this. This is just absolutely abusive here.
That's pretty silly, yeah. You're just a little melee champion with no ghost. You're not get in range of the LeBlanc. You're gonna get rooted up, slammed against a wall.
He's gonna find himself gone as well. Mats is on a killing spree. Beautiful execution here from Return to Middlesticks. And you know what? They may only have Baron buff on the 2 members. They are making the most out of it. Look at this pressure that's being applied in the bot side. That's 2 towers. And now Nar's just sitting in the mid lane, just putting in the minions, putting in the work there.
The inhibitor turret's about to fall. That's the Lilia ultimate. Not really doing much of anything with that. Still a Baron up cannon minion in range to hit the turret until it drops to a Mystic Shot. Have to wait for another wave, but in the meantime, Cookie Crook actually took out the mid lane turret. So much of a structural advantage now taken by Return to the Middlesticks.
This is just really solid play coming out from they've got a nice gold lead for themselves as well. You can see they want to get the aggression on. This poke is landing. They just can't do anything after the poke lands. It's the big problem that Gentle Hearts is getting, right? Mats is getting dropped down low, but hey, just hacking on up, has teleport. They'll be able to rejoin into the fray. Here we go. Fight for the possible dragon here. They're looking for the steal. They want this soul, but it is not going to happen here today. Cookie Crook's about to go mega as well. They have dropped 1 for 1 to support, but a big whiff comes about. Nothing but air. And now Drakowski gets up as well. It is Gentle Hearts that are able to find themselves a couple big kills onto big members from Return to Middlestick.
Gentle Hearts can't get the steal down, so the soul is denied, but they do space out the Gnar ultimate very well. As you said, the complete whiff is pretty embarrassing looking, unfortunately, for Cookie Crook. You gotta feel for him. That lands with nothing. And it is going to be another turret actually taken for Gentle Hearts Gaming. Still actually in this game, even though they didn't get the soul.
They're still in a sizable position, right? That soul's still a win condition for them. That they are able to get into the pit here. And they're having some pretty convincing fights whenever they're not getting picked off. I think the big thing that Return to Middlesticks has done really well has been executing on those picks, right? The bravery, I guess, is the word that we call it for. It's almost with reckless abandon is how Drakowski just throws their body at somebody if they're ever step out of position, especially if their name is Senna. But now Senna's gotten a couple kills, right, off of that play. More gold has gone over to Scoop. They have that Muramana. This is what Gentle Hearts, despite the fact that it is a 2k lead in favor of Return to Middlesticks, you're looking at the itemization, you're starting to go, okay, I'm getting a little worried. Gentle Hearts, they can start run away with things if they're able to lay out the shots they need to call.
First shot is going to be the mid lane turret, still trying to take some more turrets off the map. Boy Wonder is just super dead, yeah?
Yeah, super dead is a understatement. They're looking for a little bit more. Look at this over on the backside. Matt's trying to see what they can. A Wilting Lullaby is going to go night-night. Permanently. Shutdown goes over. Barrett getting the kill.
That's a big shutdown onto Max, who is a 3-item LeBlanc, though if you get crowd controlled, there's not anywhere you can flash away. Still gonna take a nap, and King Clueless secures that for his team as well. Very nicely done there for Gentle Hearts Gaming. Up in kills now, the first time in a long while. This is, I'm beginning to think that Gentle Hearts could run away with this one, even though it hasn't been in their control the entire time.
I'm starting to believe. Watch out, everyone. It's nice to say, too, when you put it in the scope of, like, all right, yeah, Gentle Hearts, like, 4 minutes ago, they were down, like, almost 5k gold, right? Like, this is a pretty big shift around. They're taking a big shift of damage, and Turn to Middlesticks, they're kind of just throwing things at the wall, seeing if anything sticks. They're finding out that the damage from Gentle Hearts, it does stick. It is a world of damage now that the itemization has come in. Now that gold has been able to get into Senna, get into Scoop. There's a resurgence for Gentle Hearts.
Yeah, you can shut down this Jace all you want, but if he gets to those 3 items, you're still going to feel the pain of the shock blasts as they get accelerated into your backline 5 seconds away from the Baron buff. This could be the way the Gentle Hearts Gaming finally have a lead in this game.
Oh, here we go. The engage coming in. This is the Wilting Lullaby. It's only going to be on the 2 members. Nice glimpse coming out from Zeph. They're trying to keep themselves out of this fight. They're zoned out pretty well, but Barrick is unhinged, and they demand blood. They want more dumps to come about. It's a triple kill. Barrick is popping off inside the fight. Doesn't get spawned. Cinna says that one is mine. It's personal between me and Matt. 108 and Cookie Crook needs to run for the hills. Gentle Heart firing back, and they are laying in the hurt. This is the face used up with these death timers. They could be them getting the inhibitor. They might actually look for more. Looks like they're just going to back up. They have that Turo Baron sitting over into the back, and there's pings going wild as there's also Soul spawning in 40 seconds.
Oh, scooped. Gotta be careful here.
Got scooped up by that boomerang.
That fight goes the way of Gentle Hearts Gaming. This is the big lead that we've been wanting them to find the entire time. Up about 2,000 now. And this could be that comeback that we've been looking for. Gentle Hearts Gaming, the poke is here. The triple kill for Barrick. He woke up in this lane, having a really tough time. And look at his flank positioning here, too. They're actually looking for even more.
That's Flash available. This is a big thing to keep an eye out onto. Wilting Lullaby is available. You get a big Wilting Lullaby here. There can flash in and rend the HP bars asunder. Keep an eye on it. This flank is beautiful here. Boy Wonder, Cookie Crook, I don't know if y'all want to be anywhere close to the Fog of War right now, as they are going to find themselves for a Rude Awakening. Damage is going to be able to come out. Max is going to find the kill on the King Clueless. That's a big member drop. Support kill traded about. Sandwich gets taken out in the flank position. It was so good for Barrett, but the rest of the members got wiped from the map.
Oh, scoops.
Oh,
gotta have to dodge all these spells.
Yeah, you can dodge all the spells all you want. It's a LeBlanc looking to chase you down. 2-shot barrage. It was onto the mark. Scoop still taking the damage. Cinna's gone.
No,
now Barrick, the next contestant, 1 by 1. Gentle Hearts, you're going in like dominoes, and it looks like dominoes, they will fall. It's a shutdown for Cookie Crook yet again inside this game. And the gold lead sees back by return to middle sticks, and the Baron buff is going to be their prize after a long team fight.
Oh, everyone kited the Darius just so well this time around for return to the middle six. They learned from their past mistakes. No triple kill this time around. Here is the Baron buff for return of the middle sticks, the second one in a row. The Turo Baron buff is here. They even have Gnar over on the Drake to deny the soul again. King Clueless is on the top side of the map, so it won't be a contest of any kind. Maybe an Ezreal ultimate at the very most. Where the middle sticks have reclaimed the rift for themselves here, Travesty, and well, Gentle Hearts Gaming gotta regroup. They gotta find a way to get Darius in on the flanks again.
I mean, he had such a good flank there, right? Barrick is in a good position. It's just when King Clueless, look at the build choice that they have gone with. They have gone for that squishier build. They have Leandri's Demonic, right? Like, you have a decent chunk of HP there, but if you get caught out of position, right, it's still a LeBlanc Aphelios that can burst you down if Nautilus throws that charge at you. Throws anything your way. You still have to be pretty careful about that, and I feel like that's what we're seeing. Yet again, return to middle six, really good eye. Being able to get those picks. I'm a little bit worried for Gentle Hearts. But then again, it feels like when we get worried about them, they start doing stuff well. So I don't know what I should be feeling right now.
It's been a swing of emotions here in the first game of the day. First game of the series as well. You can tell that both these teams really want to make it all the way to the playoff bracket. Got to keep their run alive. As a reminder, the quarterfinals are tomorrow. So you do not get a break if you do win this series whatsoever. Got to come right back at it again. See if Return to the Middle Six can actually make this happen. They have this Baron buff. They have not taken an inhibitor turret quite yet, even though this is the second Baron buff that they've been able to acquire. About a minute left on it at this point. And this could be the moment where they start taking those down. I mean, they're out of other turrets to take at this point.
right now. The Dogs are trying to lay in a little bit of poke, but did that last move give them the disaster that they cannot deal with? Death Charge has been used onto the Lilia. You can see they have the eye for it. They want to catch that smoke cookie crunch over on the side, having to throw everyone away from them. Barely able to survive. Did pop the Hysteric Gauge, but now return to middle six. They have to force off. HP is a resource that they need to replenish.
Yet another Baron siege, and no inhibitor turrets have fallen quite yet. Gentle Hearts Gaming are doing a great job of protecting those structures. They really need to do this. They don't have a lot of wave clear on their roster. It's Ezreal, it's Jace, it's Lilia. You have to commit a lot to actually clear these waves most of the time. You don't have a static Shiv champion like the LeBlanc. You don't have a super long range auto attacker like the Aphelios. Gentle Hearts Gaming, they're very impressively actually keeping things going. We're maybe going to be in a position where we see a 6th Drake spawn on the map, as Gentle Hearts Gaming will have another shot at securing the soul.
I mean, at this rate, it might not just be 6. We might see a 7 at this point in time, because look, these players, these team, there's tension in the air.
Double TP.
Oh, wait, here we go. We're going into the bot side, actually. Going over Barrick. Drop down so low, they're burning to get dropped. It's a 1-for-1, though, as Aphelios is gone to kill the bleed. Secures the kill, and now it's Boy Wonder, who is a boy goner, as they continue to press on Gentle Hearts. They pay 1 tribute, and they get 2 in time.
Ezreal's coming in. They're still trying to siege this. You have to dodge every single bowling ball here. You are the pins. You have to make sure no strike comes through, because King Clueless still has that ultimate. It's going to be a turret take for Gentle Hearts Gaming with 1 cannon minion and a dream. I think this is going to fall thanks to the Ezreal W damage. Gentle Hearts Gaming win on the map again. Can they have enough footing to actually secure themselves the soul? It's not up for another 70 seconds.
I'm just wondering what happened down there, right? Because Darius obviously got onto the Aphelios in that exchange, so I'm wondering if that was a play that Return of Middle Six actually decided to opt in for, and maybe Aphelios got a little bit too close to the sun, found themselves burned very swiftly by the ats of Barrick, or if that was Barrick's choice, right? To do that bush strategy. We've seen Barrick actually sitting over inside the Fog of War so often inside this series, waiting, just polishing that ass. We go Dragowski going forward, doesn't get the stun as intended for themselves. Check out King Clueless over here onto the flank, might be looking for an angle. Dredgeline does not connect here, but look at the Gnar into the battleline. Cookie Kirk, you're all alone. They're trying to get the kill onto Scoop. Max is going to be able to pop him over into the battleline. The assassination is going to happen, and now we got resurrections. We got members trying to live a little bit longer. The burn as Aphelios is taken off of the map. Blood is being shed across the rift, but it's Return of Middle Six, who are looking worse for wear, as it's only Matt who remains on the map.
Barrick stayed alive, was not kited out this time around in Gentle Hearts Gaming. They did have a Gnar onto their backline, scooping up Scooped, but it was not enough to peter the aggression. Now they get to move over to the Drake Soul, the thing that they set up so well earlier on into the game. 3 Drakes in a row. Had a bit of a pit stop. Now they can claim the prize of the Drake Soul, as long as Max doesn't pop off with some big shenanigans in here. No smites available for either team.
Could go either way.
Whoa.
We're going for a wild ride here. Matt is looking to try and deter them as much as possible. The whole point on the line. The dragon is bleeding out, but it's going to be secured at his sole point, and a dunk onto Mats themselves. They are taken off of the rift, and with that, Baron is up, Smats.
Just 3 homies trying to take the Drake together, you know, across both teams. You're just that was lovely.
Working together, you know.
Yeah, that was very nice. Thanks for the leash, Max. Barrick secures that alongside the kill for his team. His 8th of the game on the blind Darius. All the confidence in the world to lock this champion in. Now Gentle Hearts Gaming have the permanent Drake Soul on their side, can move over to the Baron with no Max in sight. Gentle Hearts Gaming may have just secured themselves the win with that one play.
So many things Dragowski's looking for a possible flank onto the back line here. Keep his credit. Only hits onto one member. They're going to have to run away. Baron has reset, so Dragowski has bought some time. But the price that they have to pay might not be the one they wanted, as that is going to be a kill over. Mats has respawn, so they could lay in some annoying poke, but I think Gentle Hearts, they just go right back to the big purple worm.
Now that Dragowski is dead, there's no smite steal available. King Clueless has free reign over the pit.
Oh no, Zev.
He will secure
Zev
it.
got hit with a bowling pin, had to back away, get themselves to space. It is another kill. Boy Wonder a little bit too far forward. Cookie Crook just went mini, so they are going to get popped as such. And look at Barrick into the back line. He is finding those kills after kills. Bring in Matt. You are not going to deter them from being able to get one last dunk, one last kill. Matt's just trying to buy some time, but they run fresh out. It's an ace for Gentle Hearts Gaming, and they should be able to march into the base with the Baron buff. All 5 members. Game number 1 of this series goes over to Gentle Hearts Gaming. Hero play is, I don't know if they're going to be a big enough hero for this one here. They're going to find themselves dropped.
One last death here for the return to the Middle Sixes. It was a valiant effort, but the Gentle Hearts gamers secure themselves that first win on the road to playoffs. Only one more win between Gentle Hearts and the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Good stuff from Gentle Hearts. You can see the roster, you can see the players, but that was a hard-fought matchup, right? We were getting close to our 7th Drake as a possibility inside of a game. We don't have that very often here, and it was a very hard-fought game, but it was that early prowess to get the Drakes, get those started. They were able to have that as a win condition, and it felt like ever since they got that win condition achieved of that soul, even though it got delayed time and time and time and again, the win condition was valid.
It was a shaky game, though, for Gentle Hearts. I think they would prefer to have their wins not take 38 minutes against Return to the Middle Sticks, if I were to guess. So I think for Gentle Hearts Gaming, they're going to try to clean things up in this next match. And for Return to the Middle Sticks, they have a lot to be proud of themselves over in that game. A lot of those fights went very well. They did secure 2 Barons in a row. So I think this is going to be a closer series than we perhaps expected at the start of the day.
Hey, look, returning the Middle Sticks, they always know how to surprise you. We'll see if they'll be able to continue the surprises and possibly turn that into a win in their favor. We're going to take ourselves a short break. When we return, we're going to be going back into game number 2 of this explosive series, so make sure you do not touch that browser.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back. We're ready to get into game number 2. This series between Return of Middlesix and Gentle Hearts Gaming. Travesty, I'm here with Smats to guide us as we are ready. Game number 2. What do you want to see? Is there any adaptations that you're kind of looking at either one of these teams to look to make? Because I feel like there's adaptations that both can make out of a 38-minute game.
Yeah, that game was also just not like a stomp either. And you know, it's interesting to say a 38-minute game isn't a stomp. Like, it feels like that is just the nature of it. But you and I have both seen some not very close 38-minute games, I think is fair to say. But that one, the gold graph swung in all different directions. I think there was a third team at some point that had the gold lead, which was kind of crazy. And yeah, we had multiple Barons on both teams, multiple Drakes on both teams, and some really fun moments all around. So fully agree with you. Some adaptations can definitely be made and probably need to be made for Return of the Middlesix, because this very well could be their last game as a team of the entire year.
Yeah, you look at this roster here too, right? And it's a roster that is they've found themselves at some changes that have happened, of course, and they've got these new players that came in here. But you know what? Big shout out to them. They said, you know what? We'll play the affiliates. We'll play Nautilus. We're going to play something that can fit into the team pretty well. Zev had a pretty all right game on the affiliates, found themselves a little bit too close to the action at some points, and Boy Wonder was ready to pay the price for their team, was always the first person to engage on things, right alongside of Drakowski. So I really appreciate it. But, you know, if I'm looking at a star from Return to Middlesix, Drakowski in that game was insane to me, just with how bloodthirsty they were on the Poppy.
Yeah, pretty solid Poppy game all around. I would have liked an earlier wake-up in that game, but once we got down to the team fights, I think it worked quite well. The lethality that we saw, not the item stat, but the play style out of Drakowski was really fun to watch. So always love seeing Poppy in that jungle. I would be down for a return to form or return of the Middlesticks, as we also saw a pretty solid game from Cookie Crook. For the most part on that Gnar, there were a few team fights that were a little awry, but you know what? That was true for everyone in this game one. So it's kind of just how the series is going.
I mean, talking about it too, Cookie Crook did a great job inside the lane. And if we flip things over and look at Gentle Hearts, right? Barrick took and did the chat-like thing to say, you know what, blind me Darius. Let's go ahead and pinch the pool a little bit afterwards. Got rid of like the Jats to make sure there wasn't any Jats play to be able to come in there into the Darius. Barrick had a pretty quiet early game, but the team fights actually started to become a menace, while the rest of the team just kind of quietly scaled up. Maybe not as quietly, Senna. They were screaming out in pain from what was going on inside of that early to mid.
Yeah, the early game was a bit rough for Senna, unfortunately. They get bullied a lot. I think he started that game 0-3-0.
Yep.
Just kept roaming mid lane. Man, come on, get off his back. He ended up having a pretty solid game. I wouldn't be too surprised if he topped the damage charts, because those accelerated shock blasts were doing a lot of damage. Atomic bombs, each one, you know, relevant to the times with the current movie trends.
Yeah. We got Oppenheimer. We'll have to see if somebody here is able to bring some Barbie trends into this game number 2 here. So see who will be the Ken that we all need. As inside that last game, you know, we got to see Scooped putting out good damage as well onto that Ezreal pick, the Rail plus Poppy engage that came around. But honestly, the real hero that we got to see was the fact that we saw Barrick come out of laning phase on the Darius, where usually if you don't pop off, you're kind of like, all right, well, I'm kind of here. I kind of exist. Got bullied in a side lane at one point in time by the LeBlanc. Things were looking dire. And swing a 5K gold lead into your favor all of a sudden off of one play. Gentle Hearts. This was a series that was just chaotic. I feel like if we talk about the individual players, we have to take note of how they played as a core. And it was a weird sensation to see on the Rift.
Yeah, it was a little strange. You know, a lot of those team fights were wonky, to say the least. But I had a lot of fun with that one, and I hope the players did too.
Mhm.
Probably a little less so because the pressure is on for these guys.
True.
Like we said, Return of the Middlesticks. This could be their last game as a team at this point because they are facing match point against Gentle Heart Gaming, and this is potentially that return to the playoffs for a lot of these players on Gentle Hearts. So as we get into the draft, that pressure is mounting and mounting. Return of the Middlesticks need to start picking up these wins. They have lost that safety blanket.
Yeah. Here's the thing, real quick. We've been talking about the surprise. Middlesticks, they know their name, right? You know what's terrifying about Middlesticks right here is yes, they might be on the plank right now, but that's a terrifying thing whenever you look at Middlesticks. Don't know what exactly he's going to do. He did Return to Middlesticks. They might take a page out of the Fiddlesticks book and just ult on top of them. Fear them all. Put the fear into Gentle Hearts. I think that's what they're striving to do. They're trying to embrace that Fiddlesticks. Gentle Hearts, I don't think they can rest easy against this team at all inside of game number 2 after game 1 was just so wild.
Does this mean that you expect Max to play Middlesticks in this game?
I want that. I really do. I just want a Fiddlesticks and Gentle Hearts. Guys, I don't know if people know this. Fiddlesticks is pretty good. Pretty good jungler. Mid lane, sure. I played him top lane. Beat up a Rumble. Rumble counter pick. That's the tech. Just say.
I think that might be too anecdotal. I feel like Rumble will win that matchup pretty easily. So I don't recommend doing that. I don't like this advice that you're giving out to
somebody
our
who was
viewers
first
right
time
now,
in Rumble. It's
Speaking of advice to the viewers, by the way, in case you were not aware, this is one of 2 streams that's going on at the same time. In case you missed it, CCG just took game 1 against Apex Mission Impossible over on LCS_Challengers. If you want to check that out, or Rally Cry Official, whichever you prefer. I know Nyarko and Alec Battery are having a good time over there casting that series. Very similar stakes as this one, where whatever team wins that series makes it all the way to the playoffs. So, yeah, it's a double monitor kind of tournament all the time as we're going to take a look back at this draft with the Xayah first pick.
Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and grab the Xayah. I wonder if this puts any pressure on Gentle Hearts to possibly consider the takeaway Rakan. This might be just Zev and Boy Wonder saying they want something that they feel even more comfortable on to be able to engage and also have a little bit of a way out. But I think Gentle Hearts, the rail was fine. I don't think you ever turn around and say no. And that rail's still a flex pick.
Yeah, the Xayah first pick always ends up in this situation where you have to consider Rel if she's up and the Rakan also, because you don't really want to pick Rel into Xayah. It's not a good matchup at all, because you're engaging into all these feathers and you get rooted up and blown up very quickly. But at the same time, you don't really want to pick Rakan in this instance, because then you give the Rel over to the other team, and yeah, it's just a really nice drafting tool. I'm a big fan of the B1 Xayah when Rel and Rakan are both up. As long as Return of the Middlesticks do actually fully pull through and lock in Rakan here, that's the big thing. You have to go for that pair at this point.
I agree. And it's actually interesting too. They were the ones that banned LeBlanc, so no LeBlanc here. We went from end of the draft where we're picking our bot lanes to now at the very beginning we're locking them in. That's a Nautilus lock-in. So they said, you know what? The Rakan was never a thing. That was an illusion. It's all about Naughty here.
I don't think it should have been an illusion. I think that would have been a really good lane in this game. But you know what? We're back to the Nautilus. Boy Wonder. He wants to get another 10 deaths in this. that sounded
no.
I'm sorry. Like you said,
first
he
it
was initiating a lot of plays,
Yeah, he was initiating a lot of plays.
He was the playmaker for his team, He's not a KDA focused player. You love that in a support. I'm not like that. I will not die for you. I will play Nami. I will try to heal you, and if you die, I'm out.
I'll put a band-aid on the boo-boo, but that's about all you got for me. I'll
Flash some water on you.
I'll flash ebb and flow, but that's about all you're getting out of me. You'll get a tsunami, and that's about it. But hey, on the other side of things,
Nautilus lifestyle.
I like the adaptation here. Is Senna grabbing the Syndra actually here? We talked about the Darius, how much confidence that instilled from Barrick in the matchup. I think Barrick had to take a step back and said, you know what, Ricky Kirk, you can deal with laning phase. I won't do that again. We'll drop the ego on that. And Senna instead says, you know what? They're playing close range. I can scatter that.
Yeah. And getting rid of some of the mages that give Syndra some trouble too. The Xerath and the Ziggs. This is unbuffed Xerath, I might add.
Yeah.
Does not have the 4th ultimate at level 6 quite yet. 6 at max rank too. That champion is very silly. I've played it a little bit already, and I don't think they should have done that to the Lightning Boy. I think that was unwise of Riot Games to do, but they did it anyway. So we have a few of those mages off the board for Max to consider. LeBlanc actually was banned away by Return to the Middle Six themselves, so can't go for that option either. Gentle Hearts Gaming go for a more supportive jungler here for King Clueless this time around, the Sejuani.
Good facilitating. They have great damage threats already, right? Like they have the Syndra in the mid lane. They don't have to worry about splitting magic damage by any means to make sure that they don't have to worry about a team that just builds armor and says, all right, it's a done deal. So I like this. It facilitates everything, and it keeps Barrick's options pretty open on what they want to do. We've seen Barrick be a commanding force into the top side. That is an Udyr that just got locked in, though.
Udyr for Dragowski, another frontliner. And this does put the Poppy up top lane as a bit of a flex pick, too. So Cookie Crook will be blind picking Poppy at this point. And, I mean, it's good into the Sejuani. You can deny some of that engaged threat. Still good into Rel. But now you have to really consider what Barrick is going to pull out here.
Yeah, Poppy's pretty good. One of those examples of champion that has been cracked for a very long time. So, and just people just weren't playing it. And I like it as an option. I don't expect them to play anything tanky into it. Most tanks just lose out on the Poppy matchup. So, well, and we're talking about Barrick, right? I want to see that commanding force over into the top lane. Pick something that you're take control of the side lane. There's the Gangplank. Okay. So we have ourselves a Gangplank. That's going to be really good, actually, with this composition.
Even more damage, even more zone away from your melee, or not melee, your immobile backline of the Syndra and Aphelios. I do like that pair together. It's another melee champion to help out with your Sejuani passive. You just do a lot with this champion. And talk about damage, right? This is one of the highest damage output top laners you can lock in for Gentle Hearts Gaming. A Barrick Classic, no less. Gentle Hearts, they've got a pretty strong set of champs all of a sudden, and this blind Poppy flex to the top lane with the Udyr thing is feeling a bit cumbersome all of a sudden. Return to the Middle Six kind of are low on damage themselves just with the Victor and the Xayah.
How about that mid game for them, right? Like they're looking at that mid game and they're saying, all right, we need my Victor, I need my Xayah to get ahead, get them into the mid game with no issues. Need the Udyr to get the items, that way they don't just get popped when they run in there. This is a very hard game for Udyr too, right? I was talking about the close range, but I didn't realize that Return of Middle Six is going to go either deeper into it, right? The Syndra is actually pretty good at being able to deal with the Udyr if they do not take a surprising path onto them, right? That Scatter of the Weak will be able to give quite a little bit of space. I'm a little bit concerned for Return to Middle Sticks as they go into this game number 2 with their draft.
The Scatter of the Week, the powder kegs too, just so much zone threat available for Gentle Hearts Gaming, who, I guess we didn't mention this before, are back on red side this game. So it is Return to the Middle Sticks trying to get those first picks. I don't know. It doesn't really seem like they used it all too well. Like I said before, I would have liked to see the Rakan in the support role. I think the extra snap engage that you get from the quickness and Grand Entrance combo would have been really helpful in a game like this, because we were saying they are very melee focused. They've got this Udyr, this Poppy that really need to get into that backline, and it's going to be tough. You're not using your Udyr passive on the Unstoppable. So yeah, I don't know. This is going to be pretty tough for Return to the Middle Sticks. I like this comp a lot less than the last one.
Yeah, it leaves them less room to wiggle, it feels like. I feel like they still have some pretty good options to be able to like go for like the slaps and whatnot, to be able to like go for those skirmishes plays and whatnot. But I feel like the laning phase, you're a little bit weaker off. You're looking at that mid game more so. You don't have that early shiv. You're really relying on getting that Victor, that early upgrade. so that way they can start clearing out some of the waves. So there's a lot of things inside this competition that is rough. However, on the opposite side, right, there are some targets that you could possibly look to simulate, some people that you'll be able to get a hold of on the opposition to be able to get things going, especially if Senna has a bad game. It takes a lot longer for them to ramp up. They can't rely on just items and I'm K now.
Yeah, that's actually pretty true. So I have my cat is being pretty loud. I'm sorry.
I can't hear it. I understand that.
Okay.
I can't hear it. You're good. You're good. The cat's meowing.
I think the stream can hear it.
The stream might. The stream might. But
he's so sweet. Do you see him back there? He's like.
Are they in the fan? Oh, I see them. They're moving around in the fan. I wouldn't have noticed them until you said it.
That's my sweet boy. That's baby Pat. Hi, buddy.
See, we're joined on stream by our pets. You've got yours. I've got mine right here. So she's just chilling. As now she's just like, oh, you were calling for me? Yeah, I heard it that time. That time I heard it. They were like, all right, I gotta speak up. They can't hear me. I'm gonna change that.
He's a loud boy for sure.
Was that Victor or?
No, that's Pat.
That's Pat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, might have heard us talking about Victor, and then all of a sudden Victor's like, oh yeah, that's me.
That's true. I think he's in the other room right now. But yeah, this is very early for you to be yelling at me, Pat. Only 2 hours away from your food time, so I think he just wants some attention. As you can see, the gate is up because it's not up. Yeah, I know. If the gate's not up, then then he'll come and fight my cords. So
oh yeah,
we got to keep that up as we're into the rift. Everybody, look.
Yeah, we're ready for it. And hey, no cord snip just yet on here. No worries about any chomps to come down. As right now, return to middle six. They are still able to keep Gentle Hearts away from their that little red string of fate they're holding on to, hoping that that's the way that guides them into a possible finals, get themselves into the NACL promotion relegation tournament, as their backs are the ones that are against the wall. But like I said, hey, look, middle six, he's a master at T-posing. Gentle Hearts, they don't know what's going on.
Not yet, anyway. They're only at this level 1. Still a lot of scaling here for Gentle Hearts Gaming. This is a very common trend I'm noticing with them. You know, it spreads across both teams this time a bit better, but even still, the Gangplank scaling is going to be pretty brutal to deal with. I mean, just full crit itemization, I don't really see a champion that can actually survive a full Gangplank combo. You don't have, like, a huge hulking front line this time around, like something like an Ornn or a Scion. It's kind of just Poppy, who's mostly there for the early game.
I feel kind of bad for Poppy in this situation too, because it's going to be hard to find a moment to just purely aggress in this matchup. I'm going to find a lot of favorable trades. Poppy's really good in the tanks, but once you get out of the tank matchups, it starts looking a little rough. And Barrick is just patiently waiting, like, I have a keg here, I'm ready to pop it at a moment's notice. Here you go, free damage.
First strike money there too. He's literally farming off of Cookie Crook up in this top lane. Dragowski is going to need to do something about this lane, because this is very, very uncomfortable. If you want Cookie Crook to be an active participant in the later fights, apart from just the initial crowd control, and, you know, with the initial crowd control in mind, Poppy Ultimate actually is pretty good in this instance. However, yeah, you're really not going to have a tank front line if this lane keeps going the way it is.
Yeah, it's a rough time as things go on for a little bit early here. See if Dragowski is going to run wild on the game. I think that's where everybody's eyes are for return to middle six fans here. Looking to see what this Udyr is able to do. If they're going to be able to open up the gates or anything of that sort and try and push their way into a game number 3. Looks like a lot of it relies on those early boar slaps to come about.
It is a boar now, isn't it? Oh, that.
Yeah, we can't flash bear slap anymore, right?
The stun is the ram stance, right? Because it's orange.
Oh, yeah, it's a ram. Yeah, you're right.
I think the boar is the shield. Yeah, look, he's got the orange little horns.
He's got the orange horns to slap people with.
Yep.
There we go. Traditionally, those in. Nice. just going to force things back. Dragowski looking to have a little bit of an earlier impact. They might get pinched here. They're looking for Scuttle Crab. It is not fine dining for you. Mats is here to be able to support the efforts with the bot lane's first one to draw. It's going to be a flash for Dragowski. They are wanted, dead, not alive. First blood goes over to King Clueless.
Okay, wait, there's Gravitum. Okay, it doesn't look like the Gravitum cooldown was available. If it was, Boy Wonder may have been next on the menu. Will just be that first blood over to Gentle Hearts Gaming. As you said, an excellent pinch in the river. Not enough pressure for Dragowski to actually go for that little mini objective in this game. And Clueless is the one who picks up first blood.
Really good stuff from Gentle Hearts. They put in a nice ward inside the try that gave him an idea where Dragowski was. So really good pinch that was provided with some good vision. Vision, it's king inside of this series so far. We've seen the early aggression has been really at the benefit whoever is able to secure that good vision to be able to track the opposition inside of this game. As now Gentle Hearts, you know, that's a nice little bit of cushion to be able to build up for yourself, even if it is just on the situation. Dragowski wants something bad. They are reading Dragowski like a book at this moment in time. Yet again, the vision that comes in. King Clueless waits around the side here. This time, Barrack is does not have the mana to contend, but Dragowski just wasted a lot of time getting nothing.
Yeah, I did. Just gonna force Barrack to use a barrel, and that's kind of it. Because it's gonna be recalling, teleporting right on back, and Barrack's gonna be exactly fine. King Clueless on this mid lane, so many ganks for this Sejuani.
Yep, can't be slowed by the gravity field either, so guess what? You are going to be dead to right as Senna lays in yet another orb, gets a splinter, and King Clueless with their second kill of the game. Boy Wonder going in, trying to lay in some hurt onto Scoop. That has actually a good amount of damage to pull out, but they're low on mana as well, and they don't have enough other set up for any other play. King Clueless looking for bot lane. This is just bat to bat to bat. King Clueless might as well just follow them for the rest of the game because that's where the action's happening.
It's just one of those games where Sejuani takes over the entire Rift. It feels like 2-0 already in this game. And we talked about how the front line isn't that beefy for Return to the Middle Sticks. Well, looks like it's online in a big, big way for Gentle Hearts Gaming. It's going to be super tough to actually break through this one member to even get to the stationary backline that deals so much damage for Gentle Hearts Gaming. What an opener.
Best of luck scaling that wall. King Clueless looking to be the vanguard for their team. Gentle Hearts now, that's also a lot of influx of gold over to some of the members, right? We've seen those assists. That's 2 assists that goes over to Senna now, who started off the last game down bad for some gold. This time around, they do not have to beg, and some things have remained the same inside this game. Gentle Hearts, they're the first ones onto this dragon. Dragowski, I don't know if you want to be here right now. You might have a storm around you, but I don't think you want to weather the hands that Gentle Hearts is willing to throw.
This might secure it. There is the first strike of the game for King Clueless. Won't be a Chemtech Soul again this time, as that one has already been secured. So we do see a bit of a proxy up top lane. Crook bullying out Barrack, who actually never got his recall down, will finally do so now and teleport back. Looks like he's going to miss at least one melee minion for his troubles. That lane does get pushed in a little bit by Cookie Crook. I think it's going to get way, way harder for him to actually do anything now.
Early parts will favor the Poppy. We were talking about that earlier on, but something that does not favor Dragowski is the fact that there is just constant aggression being thrown on him. Nice rotation by Senna to go on to Dragowski, forcing yet again these invades from Dragowski are getting stuffed every single time by Gentle Hearts, having the vision to know where they're going and just immediately moving to amp.
Yeah, he did get the Raptor camp this time around, so he didn't come out completely behind.
Sure.
could be better, though, as you're saying. So we have Return to the Middle Sticks. Again, still trying to make these plays and coming up with it fruitless. That ward is very sad. Immediately taken. It's not really the best use of 75 gold that I've seen.
It feels bad whenever you put down a control ward and somebody's just sitting there. Because it's just like, alright, well, I just wasted that 75 gold. Cool.
That's a negative 105 gold, mind you, because you're giving over 30 to the enemy team. So.
Ooh, that's math.
That's some math, exactly.
Yeah.
Rift Herald started up by Return of the Middle Sticks. It is worded by that control word, which seems like will also be a minus 105, because that's not going to do anything for Gentle Hearts Gaming. They will still need to give up that objective. The eye actually does get picked up this time. Rogowski will have that one to maybe get some turret plates with.
I like how confident Senna is playing on this Syndra inside that matchup. Last game, when the Jays, they might have had the backup when they saw that Nautilus inside the lane. This time, they're like, you know what, I got scared of the weed. And now we go back into the mid lane, and King Clueless, their third kill of the game, but now they have Chaos Storm over into the back they have to deal with. Matt's a little bit lower on mana, has enough for a couple more spells, but look at the wraparound. Immediately coming out, Scoop, flashing over the wall to regain position, doesn't hit. My Vigil. It is going to be this one backing up. Yeah, good stuff from them. The artillery as well. Wait, Matt, what happened to you? What's going on? Power got unleashed off the screen. Can't be seen, and now Matt's going to be sent over to the graveyard. A kill directed to Scoop.
Oh man, the first kill of the game not going to Sejuani, and it's on the Aphelios. Gentle Hearts Gaming pick up another 2 kills. This game is looking very disastrous for Return of the Middle Sticks. They cannot find any solace in any corner of the Rift. That's their own red quadrant that they were fighting in. Can't do a single thing about it. Gangplank Ultimate even getting Barrack on the board in the assist column. Arts Gaming are to book their ticket to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Fast way.
They've looked convincing inside of the group. They have been a big dominant force inside the group, besides, of course, the Mirage Alliance matchup that they have. They are looking pretty scary, right? Gentle Hearts Gaming, keep our eyes on them as they continue to press forward. The game is looking like it is in their hands, and this is what they probably were wanting to have, right? They don't have that counter punch that was coming out from Return to Middle Sticks. They don't really have the tools to be able to do that. And Gentle Hearts Gaming, they started off the last game being the ones in control of the Rift. And it was that sucker punch that came in, that counter. Scoops now, this is the moment they've been looking for. Zeb getting a kill for themselves. That might just be a breath of fresh air this squad needed.
Yeah, Scoop's going to shut down a bit. He's actually going to miss out on this minion wave too. Goes over to Sandwich. And Dragowski's actually sticking around, maybe considering the Rift Herald possibility. They have to do this quick, if at all, because King Clueless is on the way back. Scoop does not have a very long death timer, so he's on the return. Dragowski is just walking into this jungle and won't find a single thing.
Yeah, everything has been clear, but look at this wraparound, actually. It's actually a really devious path to go in here for the mid lane, and this is what you want to see if you're playing this Udyr into the matchup. You do not want to take a typical path. You need to collapse on it sooner rather than later if they were going to go for it, but Dragowski has called off on it, and now, beautiful use of that CC immunity to make sure they do not get locked down, because that was certain death.
Very important use there, as Dragowski will be on the run. Literally, that's kind of all Udyr does. Unfortunately, he won't have any pressure left to go for this Drake. Gentle Hearts Gaming can move over to this objective, and seems like they're going to be able to secure this one quite easily for them. No Rift Herald has been popped quite yet, as Dragowski kind of scouring his options and came up empty.
Possible engage onto Scoots, gets turned around. Sandwich is here now. Get a nice stun, good amount of damage. Being able to lay into hurt, the Infernum does a good bit of work, but doesn't burn anything to cinders just yet. As Herald coming into the top side. So, hey,
double TP, what?
Nice bit of influx here, the double TP, and that's going to be the play. They get a tower off of this. It's a trade of kills as well. We're trying to chase down Scoop, but support for AD carry. Gentle Hearts also just losing that top tower in the top side.
All right, I mean, the Rift Herald did end up getting something off the Rift here for Return of the Middle Sticks. Let's look in the bottom lane again, because that Poppy ultimate just knocked King Clueless away. It looks like Scooped is going to be denied yet another wave in bottom lane. And this is an aggression that we haven't seen quite yet in this match for Return of the Middle Sticks. We saw it a lot in Game 1. They've been on the back foot for most of Game 2, and actually trying to find something here with the double TP.
We go online as soon as possible. Nice bit of gold that has been shared now to the victor, though. Nice hook to connect, but it's just going to be power unleashed right onto Boy Wonder's face. Said, all right, you know what? I'll pop my shield. I'll walk away. We'll just call it an even trade, right?
Gosh, use there. Zev can't really compete in this lane now that Boy Wonder is actually going off to ward. Gotta be pretty careful. That definitely could have been Zev's ultimate used. Yeah, the flash popped onto Sinnet, still favorable play. Turn the middle sticks. They need to keep this aggression going. They need to find some solid plays to buy their way back in to not only this game, but the entire series and the entire tournament. Because again, if they lose this game, they are out for the year.
On the plank, and it's teetering at this current moment in time. They are down inside of gold, inside of it, but they've been in a similar position before and found a way to come back and make a competitive 38-minute game happen. Your eyes onto them. It's a team that nobody has, if they've proven anything, they can make anything, you can't count them out. Scooped, get a little jump scared there, said, oh, Nautilus. But nothing else happens out of it, just a normal jump scare.
Just a regular Nautilus in my lane.
Yeah. No. Five Nights at Nautilus for the AD carry. Nobody enjoys that if you play that role.
Happy Bee emote used just to stun up Zev and force the ultimate. And you gotta consider how Zev is feeling in this match, because he is that guy who subbed in for the roster of Return of the Middle Sticks. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to perform here, and dropping that ultimate there is maybe a sign of this, to not be the guy who messes up the tournament. Return of the Middle Sticks are on their last leg for sure. Gentle Hearts Gaming are playing this game a lot cleaner than game one.
That's still a lot of the substitutes that we are seeing on the day, right? Both streams have substitutes that are going on throughout the day, I believe, and this is just the nature of things. And these players, they're put into an opportunity, but like you said, the nerves are there. You don't want to be that. You don't want to be that person. So they are going to keep your eyes on him. Cookie Crow, nice use to charge in, get up close. That Unleashed Power does nothing to Poppy at this current moment in time. A very, very, very tanky champion. Dragowski's over here now to be able to assist. King Clueless said, hey, back off Senna. I gotta protect them this time. We had some talks after the game about what happened in game number one. I'm not trying to let that happen again.
He is deathless this game, so it's been working. You know, a lot of credit to Gentle Hearts Gaming. They've been able to protect their mid laner. This is opposite to the UCI curse that we mentioned before. I'm very proud of them for overcoming that so far. Hasn't fully happened yet, though. I want to fully jinx it.
Yeah. You gotta preface this real quick. Remember what happened in game number one.
No. They just got their second item on Gangplank and an item upgrade, and he got a kill. I think they're safe.
Yeah, they're safe, and Zev, not so safe. Played a lot of damage, and Cookie Crook might be the next person who's not safe. JK, it's all eyes on Drakowski. They want this Udyr, and they bring him on down. Duke securing yet another kill. 2 kills going over the Gentle Hearts, and this is a very, very clean game from Gentle Hearts Gaming.
A mid lane turret just in time for the Drake as well. Gentle Hearts Gaming are just really moving around the rift with such ferocity. Pushing in yet another set of minions, trying to get another Rift Herald crash, and they will secure it. That inhibitor turret's looking worse for wear all of a sudden, as like Gentle Hearts will be able to move over to the Drake. Not before we take a look top lane at a solo kill for Barrick.
Yeah, that's just a straight up solo kill. That's what happens when you walk into a Gangplank at this point in time. Double crit item, right? They have that Void, they have that Essence Reaver. We're gonna get a Drake here. Gentle Hearts Gaming are in full control over the map, and you know what? They might be called Gentle Hearts, but they are looking a bit aggressive inside of this game number 2, right? They are really just dictating where the members of Return to Middle Stick have to go to, and they are really pushing them back against the wall, pushing them across that flank.
Talked about the scaling options for Gentle Hearts Gaming, and they're definitely online with a solo kill for Barrick. One earlier, too. He's up to 2 kills, and you know, we saw King Kalulus a bit selfishly took all of the early game kills for himself. Now he's spreading the wealth quite nicely. Gentle Hearts are feeling good all together. The teamwork is all-time high. Another set of stones.
Yeah, they're trying to look for a pick here, but Drakowski gets caught off onto the side, and it's the Boy Wonder duo coming out here. Boy Wonder, Drakowski, they can't find the same success on their flanks. They can't just throw their bodies at the members of Gentle Heart, and the members pop off and get the rest of the kills. Everybody is still too far behind or something like that. Senna getting some PTSD, trying to fight with a Poppy again. Does not want to take that fight.
Just the slightest amount of magic resist makes Cookie Cook.
Oh
my God!
Yeah.
Look at Barrett go.
Yeah, look at Barrett go. Barrett is gone. Matt gets the kill. It is a trade 1-for-1, but hey, it's all okay.
Oh.
Scoop. Okay, maybe less okay now. Scoop falls down. But the shutdown going over to a victor. I want to actually say that is far from okay.
I agree with you. That play was too far for Gentle Hearts Gaming. They gotta sit back and relax a bit more. They've got the scaling. They've got the advantage in this game. You don't want to give over all this money to the victor now. Max 108 is feeling, you know, confused and happy about what just happened to him, I think.
Happy little accident.
Yes.
Return to middle. I mean, that's kind of what they need, right? They need those picks. They need to make aggressive plays. And this is what I want to see from this team. It's an objective bounty, and it's Baron. Let's see if they can get it. There is no vision over here. They just were able to spot it. They had a gut feeling, an on spot, on site. It was going to be this big purple worm. Keeper's verdict goes ahead and knocks out King Clueless. But can they secure anything off of this? Scoop is laying in a good amount of damage. They're going to go ahead and lay into 8 off. But Scoop lays in the hurt, and all members converge from Gentle Heart, and they will kill the pulse of Return of Middlestick.
And thanks for the leash again. There's the Baron for Gentle Hearts Gaming. Only Cookie Crook is alive. See the Sandwich is kind of scouting this out to see if maybe find somebody. As Scoop actually throws out a Moonlight Vigil. Easy Baron. The Turo Baron buff is secured by Gentle Hearts Gaming alongside a mid lane inhibitor turret. Even before the Baron was taken, already start the siege.
Yeah, and teleport is available for Senna too, right? Like, then they can get back onto the map at a moment's notice if they ever want to, but it is just going to be the reset, get back onto the map. Gentle Hearts, they are looking so clean inside this game number 2. It feels like they were able to implement some semblance of their early game strategy that they had in the previous bit, but this time around, the tools that they had were just great enough to be able to hard stuff anything that Return to Middlestick did. And I like the fact that they put a target onto Drakowski early on. Made sure Drakowski wasn't able to get any initiative in this game. Really good stuff from Gentle Hearts.
Loving this look. This is a much cleaner performance than what we saw before. From that one little scuffle underneath the bottom lane turret. We don't have to talk about that too much. Gentle Hearts, they have the possibility to right the wrong now and go right back to that turret that caused them so much trouble and take it for themselves. Now with the Baron Siege online, that's what Scoop seems to intend to do. We maybe see a mid lane turret in response. Hearts Gaming are giving up an objective for this.
Not able to finish it off though. Senna's there. So Senna is able to clear it up. And look at this. This is a pinch that's coming across. They're going to have to teleport for the play. This could be the possible last fight of the game. Look at this. Barrack over here onto the side. It's going to get collapsed upon. They're going to go ahead and call in the artillery. That is a shutdown going over to Zev. But check out the Cinder coming around onto the side, forcing out the Feather Storm. They're able to start bursting down some of the members. King Clueless is a front line that's playing like an assassin into the back line, but the rest of the members are just apart and suffering because of such. Now it's the magnetic pull, bringing in 3 members. The flash from the victor, disintegrating the aspiration, and never, ever count out Return to Middlestick, because they will lay in the hurt, but King Clueless versus the world, and this Toro is well fed. They're going to go ahead and finish off the fight. It's a Sejuani wrapping things up with a triple kill. Gentle Hearts get the 8.
Only King Clueless remains deathless in this game after that play as Max 108 uses those shutdowns that he was given earlier to pick up a lot of damage in that play. The King Clueless is still just far too tanky. Gentle Hearts Gaming will walk over to the Drake pit. They have a little bit of damage on this objective that King Clueless can use to hopefully, for Gentle Hearts, secure themselves the 4-for-0 soul. This game did get a little fun in that last fight there, Travi.
I never thought I would hear a Mac find Sejuani until now, but here we are. That was a wild thing. King Clueless is a monster inside of this game. They're not even really like doing a tremendous amount of damage. It's just nobody has the damage, right? Return to middle sticks, the carries are a little bit too far down on their luck. And again, Gentle Hearts are back onto the Rift. Baron's gone, of course, but they are still in the advantageous position. They're still 11k ahead in terms of the gold. They are still in the driver's seat, and it's still up to them on where Return to Middle Sticks go. Ooh. And it looks like they're going right back to the fountain. Express pass. Dragowski next up onto the list, but check out the flank. Matt is not letting them go down easy. They're putting out the DPS for the team. Poppy coming around with the flank keepers. Verdict brings them back around, but King Clueless is still here to be a menace. Matt gets wrapped up nice in a bow. The recall coming in. Dragowski is going to be able to survive. No way's here, buddy. But it's Udyr versus the world, as Boy Wonder is going to be able to respawn in time. What can these two do to fend off Gentle Hearts Gaming? I'm not sure if it's much.
I think our last remembrance of Return to the Middle Sticks will be Dragowski's funny recall, because this series is looking wrapped here at Travis D. Gentle Hearts Gaming come back with a significantly cleaner game 2 as they wrap up the 2-0 and move all the way to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Now look at this. There is no rest for the wicked, and Gentle Heart played a wicked game here. They'll be taking on Team Coachify. Pad up the KDAs a little bit more. Max is going to be able to take advantage of that and get a little kill for themselves. But eventually, Gentle Hearts, they have finished up the game. Good stuff from them. And as you said, they get to move on. Team Coachify waiting in the wings. They've been watching this series, I'm sure, getting themselves prepared for what their opposition is going to be. But Gentle Hearts, well-deserved second seed coming out of here. Honestly, great game 2. It did not look at all any semblance of game number 1.
Yep. GG's Gentle Hearts. That was a much, much better performance than the first game. And hats off to the Return of the Middle Six. It was quite the run in this group stage, but unfortunately they fell short just at the very end. Couldn't quite make it all the way to the playoffs, and I think that run will be remembered. But yeah, Gentle Hearts Gaming making it there tomorrow. We're going to be watching them again, as you said, against Team Coachify. Looking forward to that matchup, and that might be one of the closest ones we get in the quarters tomorrow.
Yeah, it's actually insane to think about, because it is like the aspiration of like the team that you didn't think was going to make it inside of there. And then you got the team that was really like inside of a group with Mirage, who's looked on fire inside of this qualifier, right? Looking for vengeance, looking for what's rightfully theirs in their eyes, I'm sure. And they get put into this group, and it became like this battle of who is going to come out as the second seed. So, you know what? Coachify, they got their work cut out for them. Same thing can be said for Gentle Hearts. It's going to be a fun one, but that is till tomorrow. We still have ourselves another series on the day, and we're just going to see if we can talk to somebody. I want to holler at somebody from Gentle Hearts, see exactly what's on their mind as they're getting ready for their second series. So, you know what? I think we take ourselves a short little break here, Mats, and we go ahead and see, hey, let's see who we can get on here and get a peek to the brain of Gentle Heart as they're ready for their series tomorrow. So be sure not to touch that browser, as we will be right back after a short break.
So good, now we're getting fire.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everyone, to some more action here, but it's not going to be any kind of action for the eye holes. It's going to be for the ears here, as we do have an interview coming in here, as we have Scooped from Gentle Hearts Gaming joining us here today. Scooped, how you feeling?
I'm feeling so good. We just beat Pape.
Yep, that is technically true. You did do that. We had Sev in for the games, but the former professional Smash Bros player, is he still a professional Smash Bros player? Does he still go to tournaments? I don't actually know.
I think that means I'm better at him at Smash too. Like Loki.
Oh my god. Which game do you play?
The new one. I main Luigi.
Okay. Nice. Have you gone to like any tournaments and stuff like that?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean that's cool though. I'm a big Smash fan myself. I play Lucas and Cloud in Ultimate. That's my roster.
They have a sword. I do it. That's me.
Yeah, you're Sora main. Okay.
Yeah. If it has sword, I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm about it. But besides that, besides sword, you were kind of armed into here with gun, and gun tends to beat sword. So how did it feel going into the matchup? Had very short notice on who you were going against from return to middle sticks and whatnot. Was there any kind of special prep that you had to do, Scooped, or did everything kind of go according to plan? Do not tell me that, by the way, because game one was a crazy fiasco.
Actually showed up like 10 minutes before the scrims because I was actually out.
Oh, no.
But no special prep. I think we're just prepping for tomorrow mostly.
That makes sense. I mean, you guys are against Team Coachify, yeah. So, tell me a bit about your mentality going into that series, because I mean, as far as the seed ones go, it could be against Mirage Alliance, which you already experienced earlier in the group stage. But, it is Coachify instead. Was this really something you were expecting?
Well, we did know we got a low seed, but we're hoping we can get a easier time in the quarters this time. But we're gonna send City back to jungle after tomorrow.
Okay.
Just gonna scoop him up and put him back in the jungle pool. Okay, I like it. All right, well, then I have to ask, you guys have had a pretty good run inside the group stage. Qualifier looked pretty good for you guys just in general. When it comes down to the points, y'all do kind of have to win it all because of how things have worked out. Is that something that's on y'all's mind when you're going into the game, or was it always just we're here to win the entire thing?
Is it win all? Oh, shit. I thought we just have to win tomorrow to make top 4.
I think it is that. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I heard from Grapes the point breakdown. We may have to go back into the math or something. We've got it
Here's
right
the
here.
math.
So with this, you guys are up from 95 to 115, and Winthrop is still at 150. So I think you actually do have to win the entire thing.
Easy. We got this.
Yeah, for sure.
It's all good. We'll scrim 3 times a day. 3 blocks.
Won't be there
10
minutes
12 hours.
Scrim games a day, all right.
Yeah, we'll do a 9 to 9.
9 to 9. Wow. The dedication.
Don't
We're
forget
serious.
your hydration, your meal breaks and everything. Everything,
Of
yeah.
course.
Is that so? Should we send you away right now? I mean, you've only got 24 hours before your game tomorrow. So
Shit. Tomorrow will be easy, but after that, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay,
Doesn't even
okay.
just
Don't
doesn't
put me
even
against
need the time.
Mirage. I can't get alt chatted again. If I chat jungle the whole series.
You gotta mute him. That's the tech for sure. You gotta mute the
Yeah.
emotes. You gotta mute the all chat. I'm giving you this is advice for everyone watching, by the way. If you're against Chad Jungle, you just gotta mute everything. Block him on Twitter.
Just act like he doesn't
Whatever
know.
you can.
9 yards.
Chad Jungle 1, 2, and 3. Make sure none of the alts can get to you. That's the
Ooh,
way
yeah.
to do it. Yeah. You got to go through it. Well, Scooped, I have to ask before we let you go to your busy schedule of getting prepared for your scrims, getting your orders put in and whatnot. I have to ask, do you have any words that you want to say to anybody who is watching at this current moment in time? Whether it be I'm ready to throw down, or is there anybody you want to say anything to?
Sorry, someone's talking to me IRL, but go Gentle Hearts Gaming.
All right.
That's all we need. Thank you so much, Scooped. GG's today. Congrats on the 2-0. And yeah, I mean, good luck tomorrow. We're going to be watching that one, of course, on one of the streams. And yeah, it's going to be a great time. Thank you again.
Yep, thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
And yeah, we had ourselves a fun little series there. It was a good time. Game 1 was a chaotic back and forth. Game 2, not so much. Gentle Hearts looking like they're in position. They're saying it's an easy game tomorrow. Real quick, before we go, send it over to a break real quick. Summer, is it really that easy of a series? You said it might have been our closer one. You think,
I think that might be a close one. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of close series, by the way, we have another close series going on the other Rally Cry channel. It's going to a Game 3, Apex Mission Impossible CCG. So while we go to this break, maybe check out what's going on over there. But over on this stream, we have to see if Winthrop University can actually keep their point total alive, because they have yet to qualify for playoffs, and we're about to watch and see if they can.
We're going to have to see after a little short break. It's a run back for them, actually, as they have to meet up with the team that put them down here in this situation off the get-go. So, hey, we're going to take ourselves that break, and when we come back on this channel, you're going to see Winthrop taking on and seeing if they can get their revenge. Do not touch that browser.
What's up, gamers? Alk Battery couldn't make it this week, so I'm swooping in from vacation to help you stay up to date with everything that happened in this wild week of NACLQ. It's time to get recharged with me, Grapes. In Group A, Gentle Hearts Gamers shows signs of hope with a great game from King Clueless on Viego, but Chad Jungle put Mirage Alliance on his back as the team re-solidified themselves as a team to beat with a 2-0 victory. Komodo brought in yet another new roster, with Maddie and ZKG joining the team in the lower bracket, and while they did play a very clean game too, it was the number 16 seed, Return to the Middle Six, knocking Komodo out and continuing their exciting run with a well-rounded 3-game win. Coachify finally looked like the team we were expecting them to, with Frost and Toasty coming into the mid-jungle. Lawrence had a monster game on Jack's game 1, and while Teamless Revenge kept things close in both early games, Coachify became the number 1 seed out of Group B and secured a spot in the quarterfinals. Things were looking fishy once again for our defending champions Team Ambition in the lower bracket, as Sunlight's Garen ran through them in game 1. With their backs against the wall, Nemo and Levitate clutched up en route to a reverse sweep, sending the Grandpas back to the retirement home and getting TA a rematch with TRV this Saturday. In Group C, Team E Turner became our next team into the quarterfinals, taking down CB Gaming in a 2-0 sweep. Former Immortals Academy top laner Vital had a great series, including a pentakill on his signature Fiora in Game 2.
A double kill, that's the penta for Vital! Let's see it! That's what I'm talking about!
Rockman and PCL were looking to continue the magic that they had in spring, with a lower bracket matchup against Winthrop. And while they were this close to taking a Game 1 win, the Eagles held the line, and after a 22-minute stop in Game 2, they sent Aporia to rock bottom. Group D only had one series to play, for reasons, but we did see Lit Esports battle Apex Mission Impossible for a spot in the quarterfinals. And while Apex kept things competitive in Game 1, strong map play combined with a great series of messages on Tristana sent Lit to the knockout stage. Here's what the current qualification point landscape looks like. Our top 4 teams from Qualifier 1 are currently locked into the promotion tournament, unless one of the other teams wins the whole thing via the new Cinderella rule. Make sure to tune in this Saturday to see which teams will stay alive and qualify for the quarterfinals.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, everyone. Hey, look, I told you it was a short break, and we're ready to get right back into the action. We got ourselves a whole new series here for you today. Whole new set of 10 players going to be coming in face to face against one another. My name's Travesty. I'm joined here with Birthday Princess yet again, Summer. You ready for series number 2?
Yes, CB Gaming and Winthrop University. It's going to be a really fun one because, as you said, Winthrop University ended up falling in the first bout that these two teams had against each other. 2-0 CB Gaming took them down. So I'm looking forward to this one. I'm really hoping that we get a closer series this time around. Because we did see Winthrop University had a much easier time in their next opponent that we saw last weekend, which was Aporia. That series was not close whatsoever. Winthrop did win by over 20,000 gold by the end, which is a number that I have not seen before in one of these qualifier games. So very nicely done to Winthrop University against a pretty strong opponent, mind you, in Aporia. So they're definitely looking to keep that momentum going and try to get revenge against CB Gaming with the same roster that they've had the entire qualifier long. A lot of firepower on this roster.
Yeah, it's a lot of firepower. They're going to be looking to see if they can eat fresh and taste that sweet victory against CB Gaming. But on the opposition, right, CB Gaming is no slouch. As you said, they put them in this situation to begin with here. And inside this roster, it's actually very weird how we have a weird thing of reunion, as this is not the original full roster that had put them down here in the lower run.
Yes, this is true. This is a new addition to the team. In case you missed it, there were a few behavior checks that were run for all the players in North America, and the players in the qualifiers got bonked, some of them, with that. And with all that in mind, CB Gaming does have a substitution. It is Aaron in the bottom lane. You may remember him from CLG Faith earlier in the year, The Last Dance, perhaps. Also played on Team Ambition a little bit before, and also was on the collegiate top 4 placing SLU earlier in the year. So Aaron's been around the block as far as teams go this entire year. And you mentioned it as a reunion. That is true. GVU strong here. Both Aaron and Kothra coming from that school last year.
Yeah, I've even heard like they've done like some the old people of GVU scrims back in the collegiate season, where they were like trying to get each other together and just reunite the old GVU roster together, just to play scrims, play a couple rounds with each other, play here and there. They all remain pretty talkative, good friends from what I've been able to gather from them. So you know what, good to see that reunion come in here, and we'll see how the synergy comes across with the rest of the team as they go into this Nets game here. And something that you get bonked for as well is if you're in the area inside of California, you know what? You're passing by that Riot Games Arena. Remember, finals are this Wednesday for NACL. Every single player that's competing here inside the qualifier is dreaming for their spot to be able to play on that stage. So make sure you go in there, check it out, support North America's Nets greatest talents that are going to be showcasing themselves, as it is going to be Evil Genius Challengers taking on Disguise. You do not want to miss that, and it's looking like a fun one. Only $10 a pop. But we're not going to charge you anything to be able to see this draft, as we are getting ready to get into everything. By the way, I love that CB Gaming's coach is Kothro when he's also playing the jungle. Big mastermind, big brain.
Yes, he's a multifaceted man. He's very talented, and he will need to show that talent again in this set against Winthrop University. You know, while we're shouting out lands, by the way, for North America, 2 weeks from today, you're on the other side of the country, New Jersey. That's where the LCS finals is happening. So
I'll be there.
Travesty will be there. Go say hi to Travesty. 2 weeks
Say hi
from now.
to me.
Yeah, tickets still on sale for that. So yeah, we don't know who's going to be playing in that one yet, but it should be very fun. I know there's the Evil Geniuses game is today, I believe, right? Against Cloud9.
Yes.
I'm remembering correctly.
Yes. I was inside of a Discord group, and I had my brain picked for that one already, so that will be a fun one to watch, and I'm excited for that. But things I'm also excited for is to be able to see this going on here. And talking about the coaches and stuff like that, coaches don't get enough love. Artemis over on Winthrop University, former LCS coach coming in. So, hey, that could be just what Winthrop needs. Is they didn't get their collegiate championship this past year. So now they're looking to emulate some success that they've seen from their collegiate brethren / rival / enemy / friend. I don't know what their status is with Maryville, but looking to see if they can emulate that success and get into NACL here. First pick Kaisa was seen not at all in the last series. It's here now.
And this one can be a bit of a flex option too. Both Sword and Mobility have played this already, so we'll get to see where this pick actually ends up. LeBlanc was banned away, so the other notorious Shiv champion is gone. Some other options, the Varus still here. CB Gaming are more interested in going for Zaya and the Maokai straight to the jungle. I do like this combination a lot. This provides just so much zone to deal with a lot of melee champions that Winthrop University may or may not want to draft.
Maokai also has like just insane win rate across all of competitive right now too,
Tree
right?
time.
But it's tree time. That's an Ivern insta-lot. No hesitation coming out from Trickster.
This pick's been banned away from Winthrop quite often because Trickster has played it a lot. Now the Renekton is here too. This champion I know has been seeing a lot of extra priority since the recent buffs. We are on patch 13.13. Maybe countered by a Jax up top for Geiger, but regardless, this front line is still very powerful, and I like this from Winthrop University to bolster the backline that they already have for themselves, this Ivern and the Kaisa here. So, yeah, I'm liking the strength out of both these drafts actually so far.
It's an interesting thing because there was a hover there that made me realize something. Rumble wasn't banned, and Rumble's been getting a lot of bans throughout the entirety of this competition, and actually left open. It looks like it won't get picked up inside this game either, as both top laners have been locked in unless they do some sort of weird shenanigans where they decide to flex some things around. This is a very interesting turn of events inside this game, and now we're going to see some pools get pinched in the mid lane on one side to support on the other.
Oh, this is interesting. Winthrop University actually aren't banning more supports. They can take away Rel. They already took away Rakan. I would imagine that Rel is something that they're looking at taking away because CB Gaming are banning Nautilus. They do already have the Zaya, so Winthrop is kind of pushed away from this champion. And Chukis is a guy who does enjoy playing Enchanters pretty often too. So yeah, I like that Rel ban a lot. You could have taken away another support. I think the Azir makes a bit of sense with the Rakan already taken off the board.
Remember Mixture coming into this roster, seeing if they can what they can pair together with Aaron here. Remember, this is a new duo that has been formed here inside the bot side here. They're not used to playing with Aaron, so I'm wondering how that conversation may go about between the two of them, how much practice they've had as well playing together with one another. It looks like, though, Mixture said, hey, yo, stand behind me, Aaron. It'll be A-okay. It's Braum time.
Extra front line here for CB Gaming. This denies some of the more aggressive mages as well, with the unbreakable wall in front there. Can help the extra zone that we already see from CB Gaming, who have a very defensive composition so far. Not a lot of snap engage that we're seeing here, and that might end up being a problem when you're playing against something like a Kaisa, who you kind of do want to jump on and make sure she can't run rampant in these games. That being said, though, they are against things like the Ivern and still yet a support champion that Chucky is going to be locking in, the Alistar now too. So it was going to be difficult to actually jump on them anyway. And with that being noted, I think CP Gaming do have a pretty well-warranted defensive comp. Silas throws a different mix in here, though.
Yeah, no, this is... They legitimately got to the very end. Coltero, looking at the draft, was sitting there, big brain, just thinking about everything. It was just like, there are so many good ultimates to take away here. Let's go ahead and lock in Silas. And you know what? Silas is always a lovable thing. I mean, there's a lot of dashes you can take. Alistar's always good when you have Silas.
Alistar ult's really good, yeah.
It's a slept-on one because it's not as impressive, because it's like, no big things are happening around you. But yoinking that on Silas, you ain't dying when you run in there, and now all of a sudden you got a Silas who's just running around, unshackled, unchained. Pretty hard to deal with.
Daisy's not too bad either. So I see your point. These are the more unorthodox ones to be stealing away for Silas, but the options are there for sure. As CP Gaming lock in one last melee champion, super low range composition for CP Gaming. I feel like Ari can really cause some trouble for them once we get down to it here, but they can overcome this pretty well with the zoning tools, like we said before. The Maokai sapling is going to be very useful for CB Gaming here, and yeah, I mean they're trying to go back to what is comfortable to them. We know that Klexo really likes to play these melee options, these skirmishers in that mid lane, pairs pretty nicely with the playstyle of a Maokai for Coal Throw, and they've already been here before, Travesty. They've already taken down Winthrop, one of our top 4 teams before. They know they can do this. They know they can do it again. Winthrop's got a lot of momentum.
Winthrop has momentum, but I'm a little bit scared of what can happen if you get a little bit past yourself with that momentum, right? This composition, both compositions are relatively pretty short range, right? Like, you do have some poke options on the other side, but if you think about it, you know, you have zone control on CB Gaming's composition that I really like. And I feel like when you're Kaisa in this situation, you know, sometimes you hit that killer instinct and it is actually a trap and you did not mean to click that key. And all of a sudden you look over there and there's a Braum that's staring at you like, oh ho ho, what have we got here, little one? And hits him, kicks him across, you know. That's what Braum does, you know, hits him with the giant door that he has. I'm just saying, concussive blows is a thing.
True. I played enough of the Ruined King game to know that Braum means business. Mm-hmm. He can deal some damage. He really needs to, you know. I hope they put him in the fighting game too. They've already got half the Ruined King cast in there.
I know, right? It's like they have to at this point in time. They anybody who's been in a video game is in there. They have to have Braum in there. Silas needs to be in there. There's all sorts of different options.
Silas definitely needs to be in there.
It just makes sense. Every character that was in the video games, just put him back in there. It's fine. It's fine. But hey, you know what? We can see him do that very fastly, but we can also talk about who else is able to get us from place to place very fastly, and that is because the NA qualifiers are brought to you by Toro. They're the world's largest car sharing marketplace where you can book any car that you want and can for just any occasion. Forget the boring rental cars at Toro.com. I mean it. No boring cars there. They're very excited, talkative. Don't quote me on the talkative part, but don't go there looking for any kind of Transformers, okay?
Lightning McQueen.
Ka-chow! Now they have to have
Bumblebee's
that car.
not very talkative either, so you're going to need Optimus Prime.
Well, he has the radio, you know.
Yeah.
Sick jams.
I hope all the cars on Turo have radios, too. Let's take a look at our predictions for this series, because
oh, yeah, that's true. We haven't really
available.
looked at them.
Ooh!
Props out.
Our
across the
props
board.
are out!
Everybody's dropping.
Wow, this is a bit surprising considering CB Gaming did 2-0 last time. Things to consider, of course. Aaron is in this time. CB Gaming does not have their initial starting AD, so that's something to look at. Even still, though, I think this is a bit surprising. I think a lot... I mean, I predicted Winthrop, so I can't be that surprised, right? But Aporia did not put up too much of a fight against Winthrop, so I think that's probably contributing to this pretty heavily. Winthrop doing a great job last weekend. See if they can keep that up.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the momentum that Winthrop got. It looks like they're back in form. A lot of people have that. Now, that's why I predicted them as well. And then, of course, it was the change that happened for CB Gaming. The question of the synergy, is it still there? Is it still able to perform? They got hit with the 32 palm 64 bonks over there for the behavior check. So that knocked out one of their players. It wasn't something that they're able to deal with. Is Aaron able to come in here and play up to form? I think, you know, Aaron, good player, has been around inside the scene for the past couple of years and has performed admirably and has played on many different rosters, especially, as you said, the CLG roster, some really good collegiate rosters. But I'm just ready to get into the game and see if CB Gaming can prove everybody wrong again. This will be the second time that they prove them wrong again.
Yeah, I don't think anyone predicted CB Gaming to win last time either, although last time we had a bit of a surprise addition. Colthrow stepped in, and that ended up being a very large contributor. Back on the Tree Boy. Mashed across the rift, by the way. Colthrow is going to be trying to make this happen again. You see Aaron throw up the CLG, memory of an org past.
Always faithful though. Always faithful.
Well, they're gone now, so
I mean, you can still be faithful even if they're gone. It's okay. It's okay.
TSM's gone now too, though. The whole old guard is swept up. Kind of just Cloud9 left. But yeah, you know, that was my birthday present from TSM, by the way. They left the LCS.
That was your present. That's what you asked for.
I didn't ask for that. No, they just did it.
They just did it.
I was actually pretty sad
Oh.
about that because I'm a big Insanity fan. But
Yeah, Insanity
hope he comes back for
Yeah.
next year,
next year. 100 Thieves Insanity. We'll see.
or just whatever 10th team they pick up. I don't know, maybe like Sentinels or something.
Disguised Insanity.
Ah, disguised. Yes, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
The Toast LCS spot, the Moist Moguls, maybe.
Oh. I think they have some really good things, like get drenched with moist, you know?
Is that their tagline?
I don't know, but that should be.
Be good.
That's pretty good. You can hit me up,
Gotta take
guys.
that up with-
my
take
my
that up
DMs
with
are
Charlie.
open. My DMs are open, Charlie. Hit me up. Got you.
Work at that some more as we're getting a bit of a full clear for Trickster. Actually not stopped at all so far, which is something that you really want to do against Ivern. He's very pacifist in the first few levels, and you can go for a very blazing fast 6 camp on this champion. So the fact that it hasn't been stopped at all is actually a pretty big deal.
Oh, who knows? That's a big deal. The sword getting hit like that was not appreciative of that. But the trade is returned in kind. So Electrocute Ari is going to be able to lay out a surprising amount of burst inside the lane that is going to have to be mindful for. But this could be a very volatile matchup too if the Silas is able to stick on to the Ari and there's not a minion wave that they have to contend within.
See, Trickster is taking a bit of a pause in his full clear to try to help out this mid lane. There it is.
Yeah, really good stuff. That was great pressure embodied there, and great bait coming out from Sword, saying, "All right, yeah, you want to come in? All right, where's your flash away immediately?" Yeah.
No flash available for Plexo anymore. Some brushes just to help out the lane push. Sword is still very low, so he's gonna try to get the last little bit of minions in here. And this delays Colthrow's clear a lot more than Trickster's, by the way, because Trickster can just walk into these camps, take them anyway, just instantly. As you can see, immediately going to take that Raptor camp, then the red buff, and he can go over and smite the Krugs to complete his full 6 camp clear. This is a really quick start to the game as Ivern, something that you always have to keep in mind against the tree friend of the forest.
Doing pretty burn over here. Gonna go ahead and get Scuttle as well, so some fine dining. Both trees will grab their respective Scuttles, I believe, and that'll be a-okay for both sides. Here's Trickster looking to see if they can find more friends. No more friends to be made. So they will wave goodbye to the screen as Ultra. No friend up into the top side either. They're gonna let their intentions be known mid lane yet again, but Sword is staying on a good side here as they are continuing to trade with him. The A-OK. Nice charm yet again.
No more. Actually, Sword didn't teleport. He actually just walked right back to lane thanks to that early pressure. So he'll be able to keep that objective, or not objective, the summoner spell available. Secure this wave for himself as Colthrow actually stays around in that mid lane to try to help out with the flashless Silas in the mid lane. So kind of getting the worst end of these exchanges in mid, as he does also spend his money on a second starter item, which is actually true for both of these guys, but at least Swords can scale up with the kill stats.
Geiger is just over here like, what are you guys doing? What have you come in here to do? As Winthrop just come over here, spam laugh a moment, leave. Geiger feeling the pressure of it.
I mean, Trickster, he, with that really fast clear from before, already has his boots completed too, so he can just go wherever he wants. He is just a roaming support at this
Just
point.
run out of
Remember
friends
top
to
lane
meet.
Janna before? That's what's going on here.
Oh,
Big
that's
healing.
a nice hit there. Charm misses. Let's realizing it almost went back in, but now it's Coulter who comes in. Giga Brain smash. It is first blood to Coulter.
All right, that's one way to come back in this mid lane here. Klexo finds an assist for himself too, thanks to Coach Colthrow on the Rift. Push in this wave even as Trickster paves the way for a teleport. So might not want to stick around for too much longer, but he's level 6 actually. His ultimate. Here comes Sword again.
Yeah, Twister may be a friend of the Force, but he's no friend to CB Gaming. As Twister, I'm going to go ahead and go back to piloting this champion, go back to the clear. They got friends to meet yet again. The Dominus popped into the top side. Denethor looking to lay in the hurt onto Geiger. Going to make them go back underneath the tower. And this Jax is not having a great time into this Renekton at this moment. Denethor having a great time oppressing this lane.
The turret plate really early into this one too. Denethor, a rich gator. Yeah.
Alligator lizard is what we call him.
Oh, is that what we call him?
That's what I call him. And other people that.
What about Shuriman Deity, man?
Shuriman Deity, man, doesn't. I don't know. Alligator lizard, like, there's a sense of glee that you can have in that Wonder. Just like mobility not having a sense of glee right now, as there's a lot of damage coming out into their face. Not going to get hit with the concussive blows. That positioning is so habitable. Chookies has to flash away. That's a feels bad, man. But you know, CB Gaming's bot lane. They might not have had much time to gel together, but they're looking pretty good so far. As that was a wide plateau I don't think wanted to take, but they're going to make the most out of it while they're in Sword's face.
Yeah, as you said though, this bottom lane looking a bit concerning for Winthrop here. CB Gaming getting them far better into that deal.
Oh,
there's Daisy.
Daisy's here. That's it. Going to go ahead and yoink away the RA ultimate, and all of a sudden, Silas just becomes the most ungankable champion in the game.
Yeah, he doesn't have it anymore though, so Sword needs to use this pressure wisely. Here comes Trickster in the bottom lane again. Coldthrow still level 5 because of the clear gap. Trickster has been just prancing around as Ivern, and he even has the Daisy to tank all the saplings for him. Look at this. No vision allowed.
Strategic. On the bright side of things, though, saplings, when they explode, cool sunglasses.
That's a good point.
Yeah, very big, major thing.
The Daisy gank is still here.
Yeah, Daisy is still here. There's still sugar and everything else. No, I used to call, whenever I'd see Ivern in this game, I'd be like, he's the, because I'd say he's like the dad of the jungle. But because it's a sweet skins, it makes him into like a sugar daddy, you know? You know what I mean?
Good analysis.
Thank you.
God. You know,
Yeah? What do I know?
I'm not often speechless in a League of Legends cast, but I think you got me there.
I'm the excellence of that.
Yeah, well done. All right, well, the Drake has been taken by CB Gaming. They give up some pressure on the top side to do this, and maybe Winthrop University can use this to secure themselves a Rift Herald, because it is 9 minutes into this game. So we see Chookies has already made the roam up as the Minotaur. 4 Winthrop players are here.
Gang's all here. Shelly, not appreciative of all of this. Should have told you that they were bringing people over. But, hey, they're a fight back, but eventually it is just going to be Winthrop getting that secured. Geiger's going to walk down and say, oh, there's a party down here. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. CB Gaming will go back to the designated duties and say, look to lay on some pressure elsewhere on the map. Mobility might be in danger. Geiger is definitely in danger. They just leaped over. Counter-Strike used. Denethor looking for more. Going to get the root. Daisy's here in range. Dominus has been popped, and now it's time to slice and dice. And Geiger found danger. Denethor secures himself their first kill of the game.
Look at that crowd control chain. Very nicely done out of Winthrop. The patience to wait for the Counter-Strike to be over as well. Just really clean gank that we see Denethor picks up the first Winthrop kill of the game. That's a lot of saplings onto Sword as he denies a lot of the aggression here. Right back to the mid lane with you, Ari.
Get away!
The game
Get out of
has
here!
a lot of pressure in the spot lane, yeah.
I'll throw over here. It's very sad. It's the most satisfying thing about Maokai to do damage to somebody from the other side of the map. It's just very sad, especially if you have like first strike on. This is of course, an
yeah.
game. You just get to see that little tick pop over, and you're like, ha, somebody walked in there.
Not going to be dealing as much damage as some Maokais do, though, because we do not have First Strike, and we don't even have Phase Rush, actually. It's Aftershock, really trying to stay in the front line for longer, and that is further bolstered by the tank build that we're seeing out of Kothro. Not quite the demonic embrace that we sometimes see early on from this champion, so going to be waiting on the magic damage there. That makes sense. You do have a Silas in there with you to help out, so we'll see if that really pays off. Speaking of itemization, first mythic of the game is Tricksters, and it is a Moonstone, so the Enchanter build is here for Ivern.
No surprise to anyone, right? Ivern on the shield on up, get things going. Doing a good job for themselves so far, Trickster. Trickster has been getting those clears going just fine, has been proactive onto the map. But it feels like we have seen the junglers be their most active when they are around this mid lane. So every single time this camera pans over to the mid lane, I'm like, something's about to happen. Like Coulthard getting caught out of position right here as they try to clear out this ward and get that free gold for themselves. Taking a good amount of damage. They make a twisted advance over to Sword. And now it is the collapse coming in. But yes, again, yoinking out that Spirit Rush. Trying to see if they can bring the pain. But the only thing that they're going to be able to bring is the sound of the retreat. As now Coulthro, it was a while. It all started with you getting caught for that control ward. It will end with Denethor getting a kill.
Yeah, the patience there on the Spirit Rush out of Sword. I really love seeing that.
No.
Klexo now. Dodge this charm.
Nope, doesn't dodge it.
Ooh.
Got a little bit too greedy for the minion, and now it's going to be them trying to dash out of harm's way. Daisy's there to be able to cut off one more hit. Daisy, can you do it? The trigger seed finishes it off. It was sent with love. Trickster securing their first kill.
Daisy solo turret diving, following the flash underneath there. And it's a Rift Herald as well. Ivern's bringing all the friends mid lane. Chucky's here again. There's a Rift Herald charge. 4 turret plates? Do I see 4? Yes, I do. Winthrop University strongly in the lead for the gold now.
Winthrop got themselves a nice little bit of momentum going for themselves inside the matchup. Something that was really nice off of them being very patient and collapsing on a couple of errors that CB Gaming had made inside of it. So good stuff to see. But CB Gaming is still in a decent enough spot. Aaron and Mobility have not existed in this game. They have been farming it out bot lane, handshaking with each other. They're about the same gold. It's just been a time between the two of them. They've just been having a conversation and all chat with each other, asking about their day.
Same exact items here, too.
Same thing.
Fortunately for Aaron, he actually is down in experience because Chucky's has been roaming a bit more and Mixture has stayed bound bot, so splitting that a little bit. But yeah, like you said, the AD carries are not really having the most interesting of games so far, as we're about to hit 14 minutes. Drake number 2 is on the board. CB Gaming already got themselves the first one. Maybe thinking about the Soul win condition later on. They can think about it all they want. Can they actually fight this at all, or will Trickster stop yet another play?
I mean, they have so much zone control with Coulthard just in general, too. It is very hard for the side of Winthrop to get in. We're seeing that as they're just brute forcing their way through the power of saplings. But because this play takes so long to start up anything, Winthrop now, they have Daisy. They have Alligator Lizard now in the mid lane holding it down. They are looking to continue pressing the advantage forward. Now they got the numbers advantage. Sword is looking to rush forward. Going to go ahead and tangle everyone on up, laying a good amount of hurt. That's going to be a nice social fissure as well to dismay the opposition. But Coulthro still falls, and Mobility finally gets a taste for the action.
CB Gaming just are completely outnumbered in that river because Klexo took a recall. Geiger was still top lane. Denethor was shifted down early, ahead of time on this Renekton, pushed out that wave. Now Aaron's got an ult.
Yeah, Featherstorm comes through, but there's still more that you have to deal with. Nice use of the Killer Instinct to reposition and get into the fight. Chucky's barely surviving. Moonstone Ivern, Trickster here to save the day. Chucky's singing his girl.
Crazy amount of shielding on the Moonstone Ivern, bolstering the dive, making it so easy. CB Gaming drop yet another member here. Aaron can't even ult, can't flash, can't cleanse away from any of his fate. Is dying underneath that turret. As Winthrop University take their 5th kill of the game, and they do so by delaying the Drake take. Just instead much more focused on the gold on the Rift right now.
CB Gaming, it all started with a dance around it. They actually getting the Drake still. Is this going to be another fight? Is it round? The time for round 2? AZ's back already. Who do you think you are? Just going ahead and taking this dragon. They're going to have to pay the price. Blizzard was able to yoink the Alistar ultimate. They're going to go ahead and unshackle themselves. Aaron is taken out of the fight inside of the side here. And it is going to be Kletso who's left as a tribute to Sword. Cannot get past all that shielding. And Quothro was taken off. Mixture taken off. This alligator lizard is out of control.
Denethor just 1v2ing the supportive members of CB Gaming right there in the middle of the play. Yes, CB do pick up the Drake. This is definitely not worth it now as Sword is on the prowl.
Look at that. That was such a beautiful play. It does trade back. Trickster taking too many tower shots there. It's always a hard spot to be stuck in between in that situation. So, unfortunately, wasn't able to juggle that around. But still get a kill. Still get that mid tower. Still get control over the map.
And everyone's on the board now. Winthrop University, a kill for each member. Denethor goes right back up to the top lane where Geiger actually did take himself a turret. So it's not like CB Gaming is trading for nothing, as they're even going to stack up for a Rift Herald. I don't think Winthrop can contest this at all. 3 out of 4 early neutrals are actually taken by CB Gaming, even though they are down quite a lot in this game, in the skirmishes, in the gold, and everything, still finding ways to compete on the Rift.
Yeah, it's interesting because it goes back to some of the strengths that we see from CB Gaming. They're really good at being able to, control the space. Make sure that they are able to be positioned for success. So once they're able to get to something, they're really good at it. And even then, right, Coulter is a player who's made a very nice career for themselves, especially inside a collegiate space where they were always the first person to be able to get to those objectives. They were always around the map to be able to get things going. And that's why this player has been somebody who's a pretty successful shift over the coach, even though they have been playing inside of this team here. We're seeing that effect off here, but they have a hard time to deal with as it's Winthrop. They're wanting to, like we said, get ahead. They want to get out of this group. It's already weird enough for them. A lot of people were expecting this team to be the first seed coming out of this group, and now they're competing for second seed against the team that even put them in this situation. So they're going against a mad Winthrop that looks like they are all charged up and prepared for the day today.
Tensions are high. It's feeling a bit personal as Sword still scouring through the enemy team's jungle right now. That could have potentially been a force of the Spirit Rush. Actually still can.
Oh, here we go. Bring in the chains. Yoink the Spirit Rush. I can just do it just like you can. Look at me. I'm Silas. He's going to go ahead and run over here. And the cone. Sword gets out by an inch there.
Wow. All right. Sword survives just barely. It's a really strong attempt from Klexo. It's just going to be a trade of the flashes and of the ultimates. You can see that CB Gaming still has that lethality left in him. They're still looking for the big moments. They need them for Winthrop University to be knocked down again by the same team that put them in the lower bracket.
CB Gaming looking for moments. They do have some scaling that they're waiting on with this Jats to get online. They do have that Sunderer completed, and they do have this nice extended wave to work with over here to the top lane. So they're playing the scaling game, and guess what? Someone else that's coming into play 20 seconds from now. Baron will be up, and then in about a minute, we'll have our third Drake of the game, which CB Gaming has been there first every single time. See if they can continue to use that as that win condition that be ever so valuable for them. We saw it play off in our first series of the day as well.
It's very true. This is going to be a big objective to look at. Winthrop University at this point are more in line with just denial of that objective. They are very far away from a soul win condition, but they do not want CB Gaming to have it. That's for certain. They're considering what's going to happen with this objective. This is about the part of the game where you want to get as much vision down as possible for it, and as much pressure in these lanes. If the University do have bot lane pushed out, this Rift Trail is going to make it much more difficult for them to play through mid, though.
Nice bit of damage. Gets the charge off. Now CB Gaming They're kind of just positioning themselves right now. 15 seconds until that dragon spawns one up. Both sides are very conscious of it, as they have kind of taken the ARAM formation. All teams are kind of in that mid lane, hovering around it. CB Gaming will be the first to disperse, as they got camps to get minions to clear. This does make it feel like Winthrop is going to be the team to keep control over this third dragon of the game.
Yeah, it's just really difficult for CB Gaming to actually find an avenue. I thought that it might be through mid with the Rift Trail. It was just dispatched so quickly, and CB Gaming didn't actually try to stay around for it. So you lose pressure mid. They never had pressure bot lane, and at that point, you're trying to walk into these corridors against champions like Ivern and Ari, and like this is just really difficult to come by. This might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, well, Spirit Rush is able to get him out of harm's way. Cold throw! Flash engaging here. Let's was not ready for it. Actually disengaged a little bit there, but they're going to go ahead and yoink the ultimate. They get right back into range, and that is a shutdown onto Sword. Much needed, forcing the teleport to come out now as Baron was the trigger call. Daisy's there to be able to take it on up. They're going to be able to lay a good amount of damage. Glacial Fisher comes on through. Check out Aaron Free hitting into the back like Chucky's taking so much damage. They're trying to burn down the Baron, but Winthrop, they are going to secure it. They get it, and they're killing off every member of CB Gaming. They call out the bluff. You may take our Ari, but we are going to take control of the rest of the match.
Nicely done there out of Winthrop. This is why I was so audibly confused about CB Gaming's play on the bot side. That's just not something that you can reasonably go for. You can't go for all of these picks on the bot side of the map when the Baron is available, especially as the jungler. Like, Plexo could teleport over, but you're missing out on your smite, and Winthrop University take a very easy Turo Baron buff onto all their members, too. I believe Sword still got it, so even though he's out of ego book stacks, the push power is there, and Winthrop University have the strongest gold lead that they've had all game now.
This is shades of what made every analyst so confident when we were all doing our predictions, right? This is what made a lot of people turn their heads and go, maybe Winthrop's back. Maybe this is the Winthrop we expected to see in the first week of group stage, right? And you know what? They're firing on all cylinders. They're getting everything on the map that they could want. They're even getting this top tower off of the recall that they were able to get. So they're looking pretty good.
You're looking for some more too. This wave is still here for Winthrop University. Maybe push in this top lane for something more. Look at this crowd control on the cold throw.
Yeah, I mean they got the crowd control, but like, what is CB Gaming? They drafted 0 wave clear, right? Like they don't have anybody to actually deal with these waves at a decent distance. We were talking about the speed that they have. Cleanse got forced in that instance just because one charm hits and it puts the fear into him. Now it's Chucky in the midst of them all. They're going to collapse onto him, but this is one tanky Alistair, and you just can't milk those. They're going to continue to lay in the hurt, and it's just a complete dismay of CB Gaming. You can't find a play anywhere because the Alistair's just too beefy. And now, look at this. They're just still marching their way in. It's like nothing changed after that instance where the engage happened. The HP bars haven't moved at all. And Winthrop are just pressing their advantage even further beyond.
The Moonstone HP diff is gigantic here.
Look at
Winthrop
you!
University is still stick around. Yeah. It's unbeatable right now. Winthrop is just so strong. You can see why Trickster gets this Ivern banned away from him so often, and why I was so concerned when nobody on CB Gaming actually tried to stop that early clear, because Ivern, it really doesn't take much for him to be completely unleashed onto the Rift, especially with Daisy, the zone threat that you get from this champion. Well, it feels like a champion. It's just a little rock thing, but the presence there is huge. Trickster keeps that going for his team. Winthrop University are very thankful to have this 100% kill participation performance from their jungler.
So good, so good. This is what you want to see from here. So weird. You look back and you go, man, I remember when Trickster played Graves Lilius, and that was it. Now, they're going in for the picks. Killer Instinct was used. Mobility has had enough. They've had to play bot lane by themselves for so long. They're finally able to get into team fights, and they're ready to go for kill shot after kill shot whenever they line up.
Their wave pushed in. There's no Baron anymore, but Winthrop University, they do not need it, seems like. They go for even more on the map. Another inhibitor turret stands in their wake. I mentioned it before, the wave clear is pretty absent in this game, so University, I feel like they can just keep this going. Denethor is still stationed in that mid lane. Nobody can manage to do anything to this guy. He hasn't died a single time this game. Deathless on the Renekton. The University, they seem like they're using the momentum from last weekend very well.
They're doing such a good job. They will have their position for success. They're doing a textbook clear. And I mean, look at this too. Over into the top side of the map, the mini waves are crashing in. There's double super minions crashing into the base at this moment in time. They're going to have to deal with that, which means mid lane's going to get opened up. The numbers are going to get shrunken in the mid lane. It's just textbook from Winthrop, and this is what you love to see from one of the top collegiate programs inside of the country, coming in here into the NACL qualifiers and putting on a beautiful display here. They're going to get this inhibitor in the bot side. This is gorgeous play from them. Trying to look for the catch. They get that Xayah ult. That just sets them up for the next play. That's bottom inhibitor, though.
Yeah, this is super, super over. Winthrop University have played this one out very nicely. Every single play been executed well, and they're just moving around the rift together. I'm loving the new looks that we're seeing out of Winthrop. 2 weeks ago, the match against CB Gaming was tremendously concerning to watch, as we saw Winthrop University at their lowest throughout the entire year. But look at this.
Look at that. Immediately topping in there. They see cold throw. They want to go ahead and jump in there. Beautiful flash to be able to get away from the counter strike. Mobility is dropped down very low, but the shields are there. The redemption keeps them healed on up. They can't get the counter strike. Mobility will not drop, will not fall. And while this is all happening, Denethor is 1v3 into the backline. Cold throw barely able to survive. Aaron having to catch shots for their jungler. Winthrop are just on top of their game.
If I'm on CB Gaming, I am never letting Ivern through in any draft for the rest of my life. That was filthy. Did you see how low mobility got? And then the heals came in, the shields came in. It's just completely unbeatable. Winthrop University teleporting in. They're trying to end the game right now.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and look for it. Mitchell taking a good amount of damage, and they're going to go ahead and walk on through. That's cold throw dropping. Aaron calls in the feathers, but isn't going to find anybody as a result of it. Sword drop down very low, but the shields are there. They're going to be a-okay for now. And now it's the Nexus that is the target for Winthrop. They only have victory on the mind. They don't care about KDAs. All that matters is they get game number 1 in this series.
GG to the boys over in Rock Hill. Winthrop University up to match point in the last set of the group stage, trying to make it to the playoffs to play against Lit Esports. This is again showing us that momentum from last weekend, where they took a devastating victory against Aporia, seeming like they haven't lost a single beat in this last week of prep.
No, this feels like this is the Winthrop that a lot of people were predicting, right? When they came into the group, they looked very on top of the game, looked very focused. I'm a big fan of the way they approach this game. Not just the Ivern, we can address the tree in the room later on, but also just the way that they moved around the map I thought was really good. They played very textbook in regards to getting an advantage and playing out their advantage. Really big fan of that, and this is what you kind of have come to know if you've been somebody who's watched with throughout the years. They've been this team that they have those exciting moments, but they tend to take those advantages and know exactly how to press them.
Rickster, I mean, let's talk about him for a second, because that was a phenomenal performance on the Ivern. Still 100% kill participation through the very end. That Ivern game was amazing. And like I said, I don't think Ivern's going to be here for the other 2, maybe even 1 games, as Winthrop University is looking on fire today. Very nicely done. Very great way to open up this series. CB Gaming have a lot to look forward to moving forward if they can actually come back in this set.
We'll have to see. We're going to have an answer inside of game number 2, it seems like. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Trickster can continue to yell out Daisy, or if it's just going to be banned. Because I'm expecting, like you said, it's probably just going to be banned. If I was CB Gaming, I wouldn't want to see that champion. I wouldn't want to see that champion if I'm anybody who's watching this right now after that game. So we'll see what happens. We're going to go ahead and take ourselves a short little break, and when we come back, game number 2, and a decisive answer will be met. So we will be right back. Do not touch that browser.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our game number 2 here. As Winthrop right now, they're completing what seems like a little bit of a revenge tour inside this series against CB Gaming. My name's Travis. I'm joined here with Smats. I'm going to say it right now. Winthrop kind of smats around the opposition inside that game.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. The Ivan performance out of Trickster. I mean, we talked about it at the end of the break, or right before the break. The break happened. We're still thinking about it. 5 minutes later, Trickster's Ivern is the hotness here in this series for sure. And one that I think you just got to ban away. Move on forward. I know Winthrop picked to be on blue side in game 1. CB Gaming, though, they have the option of side select this time around. If I were them, would move over to blue so I could ban Ivern more comfortably.
Yeah, and I honestly, not even just that, too. I would also look to assess some different things inside their draft, right? Like, they had a couple cool things, right? Like, I like the idea of the Silas because there was some cool ults to be able to yoink, right? But the only time we ever got to see the Silas yoink any ults, we saw him yoink Alistar ult once, and then they were able to yoink the Ahri ult, like, the rest of the game.
Yeah, a lot of times.
yeah, it was a lot of Ahri yoinks there. But I think one of the big things is I want them to revisit and just kind of think about, like, different things that they can have, like the wave clear, their range, and all that different stuff that goes into a composition, because they had a good idea in terms of, like, controlling space. The problem is, I think, is they funnel too much of the idea into that funnel, into creating space, and not into the other departments, in which Winthrop quickly punished them.
Yep, agreed. I think for CB Gaming, they need to reshape how this draft is going to look in a pretty big way for the most part. I like the Maokai for Kolthra. I think that works pretty well. Other than that, though, yeah, I'm not too big on the other stuff that we saw. Denethor had a very easy time in that top lane on Renekton, into the counter pick of Jax as well. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty rough to see for sure. So we're moving into what could be CB Gaming's final game of the entire year. Winthrop University on track to make it back to playoffs for a return trip, maybe to the finals as well. I mean, this is going to be a pretty tough road for them if they can manage it, but that finals road, they beat Lit last time too. They might get the chance to do it again.
It really is the revenge tour now that I'm wondering about it. Like yeah, they beat Lit last time, that's fine, but they could go in there, do it again, be like, yeah, that's us. We're the best. We're just gonna keep going around, beating everybody, and who knows? They want to go into the finals and whatnot. You know what? You have to win out here. After game number 1, I think a lot of people have began thropping inside of the chat. There's a lot of throppers out there, so I feel like a lot of people are believing right now in Winthrop and looking at CB Gaming and wondering, like, what does CB Gaming have to do to be able to stop Winthrop from playing their style of game?
Well, we mentioned it before. I'll say it one more time. Ban Ivern. That's pretty good.
That's a pretty good one.
You want to remove Trickster's big, powerful tool there. I think after that, the composition is going to have to shift already a lot on the side of Winthrop, because you're missing out on that big enchanter in the jungle, which is there's only one of, right? You're not going to pick Soraka and pick Smite. That doesn't do anything.
No, I do want to bring up, though, you said ban Ivern. I got some news real quick. Trickster, I covered them inside of Collegiate. I know you keep an eye on Collegiate too. This person had one of the largest champion pools inside of Collegiate play this past year too.
That's true.
They were actively fighting people to be able to play champions like Silas in the jungle inside of their own team. Like, Trickster, I feel like you ban the Ivern and then you have another set of problems, because then the game plan changes from, all right, I'm going to stop shielding people by, putting a shield on them, and I'll start shielding them by taking you out. Like, Trickster's a very...
Yeah, for sure. Happy that we have him here in this series. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you know what? The recommendations that I had for CB Gaming, they seem to be sticking, Travis D, because they moved over to blue and they have banned away Ivern. Not to mention the Kindred that is also removed from Trickster's pool, excuse me.
See if that happens inside this game. Doubt it.
True.
But it's when they're trying to figure out their strategy, they get rid of the Kaisa. Mobility was quiet for the early parts, but later game, Kaisa was zooming around.
Yeah. This is feeling like CB Gaming setting up for either a Xayah first pick or something like the Maokai, depending on what Winthrop decide to take away. Rel is available still. Tristana's available. Winthrop have a pretty large wealth of options to remove from that pool of CB Gaming. I think the most likely one is going to be Maokai. Tristana is gone. It seems like Winthrop are okay with Maokai going over, but CB Gaming actually do move instead over to this Xayah, which I mentioned before as being a very strong option because it makes things like the Rakan and the Rel very uncomfortable to pick into it.
Well, on the side here, we're going to go ahead and see some things that are going to stay the same, just on a different team. Tritzler going to go ahead and pilot the Maokai. They do tend to play the more damage-heavy variant of Maokai traditionally whenever they get their hands on Maokai. So look forward to that. But it's also going to be the Ezreal, who we saw had great success earlier on in the day as well.
Still a tree for Trickster.
Still a tree.
And still
Treester.
playing around in the forest, you know? Sweet. Yeah, like you said, he does like to go for some more damage on this option. CB Gaming, they take the Rakan pair instead of the Rel. It was available. Still is, actually, if Winthrop do want to go for it. I would be surprised if they did. They already have an Ezreal available. This typically does mean that Chookies wants to play another range champion alongside it. You do need to make sure you're going for one that doesn't get blown up by the level 2 spike of Xayah and Rakan, though. And it seems like they're just going to wait a bit longer. Okay, no, they're not waiting at all. More crowd control here. Nautilus for Chookies.
I like it. Go ahead and check it off the list. Be done with it. Now, they can opt into damage. You have Denethor, who had a standout performance inside the last game that got overshadowed by some shields that were coming about, and Daisy, of course, who is a little bit taller than Renekton is. But it's one of those things where Denethor is a threat over in that top side, and I feel like they are going to have to pay respect to that. And Swords are really good about facilitating. So we could see yet another matchup where we see Denethor pop off with what Winthrop has in store for themselves here on red side.
Could be really big, yeah. Winthrop University, they also have a pretty big damage dealer in the bot lane, mobility on the Ezreal, and there isn't really much range to match him other than the Shock Blast out of probably Klexo's Jace in this game. So looking forward to seeing what mobility can do on this backline threat as Winthrop University still looking for more damage dealers. Of course, Sword and Denethor still don't have their champions yet.
I feel like there's like just a moment of pause. I'm curious. I already see the Renekton band away.
Udyr ban.
Udyr band.
That's a classic.
Get rid of it from Cold Throw, right? It's old Classico. If Cold Throw's back is against the wall, what do you think they're gonna play? Do you think they're gonna play the meta, or are they just gonna grab the Udyr and let you catch hands? You know.
Back here, you gotta imagine it's the big classic for Cold Throw, the GVU special. As they need some GVU special going on here, because Coldthrow and Aaron backs against the wall here on CP Gaming. This is match point for Winthrop University. This is maybe going to be CP Gaming's last stand on the Rift here. You get one final pick for the mid lane. Sword going for the Azir. He was hovering it before. Instead, they wanted to lock in the Nautilus. Still the Azir, though.
Yeah. I like this too. It was banned in the last game. Sword, really standout player on this champion. Very good at Azir, good at getting those shuffles around, good at being able to control the laning phase. Is going into what we're assuming to be the Jace at the current moment in time. That isn't a Mumu lock-in, though, so that's a bigger throwback for Call Throw.
Yeah, that one going into the jungle. I've been seeing a lot of a Mumu actually. Just around the world. I've been looking at some jungle statistics. You know, I'm scouring the internet for this, and Amumu is doing very well in the jungle globally. With the Abyssal second item most of the time, but you go for the Demonic Embrace, Abyssal, and then you can round that out with a Jock Show, and you're super tanky, you deal a lot of damage, and of course you have a Mumu ultimate. So, very valuable pick to have in the jungle, and one that can actually match the teamfight crowd control of a Maokai, which is very hard to come by, actually.
Yeah, it's difficult to be able to come by, but look over onto the other side. I was thinking, like, you know what, they're probably going to give a damage dealer. they could do all this other stuff. They said, you know what, more beef. And you know what, Kazante fills that role perfectly fine. He is going to be playing that Kazante as that last pick. And you know what, honestly, I really like this pick and the fact of the team fights that could come about with this champion in the midst. Can make for a nasty time, especially with you kidnap the Amumu or anything like that in the middle of a team fight. Can't get the Curse of the Sad Mummy off if they're, 20,000 miles away.
True. Just knock them all the way through that wall, as Cassante will probably do many times. Denethor is very comfortable on this champion, and you mentioned that they are lacking a damage dealer up top. I don't think that's true. I think Cassante's damage is very
really
high
good.
for a top laner. So I think Winthrop University are going to be just fine. Very strong backline with Azir and Ezreal. Very mobile backline as well, I might add. No pun intended on the bot laner's name. And they will have to keep their distance away from a champion like Amumu, like the Rakan as well, which I like a lot more for Mixture in this game. Just more playmaking possible from the support position.
CB Gaming, though, they do have some really good tools for themselves, as you were talking about. A lot of zone control, a lot of being able to control and dictate the pace of the fights. I think a lot of it still, for me, does kind of go back to the point of, what's Aaron doing inside these team fights, right? Like, they really need to be careful with their Featherstorm, make sure that they're in a good position. It's very easy to see a world in which Aaron gets zoned out of a fight with this team composition that Winthrop has. So the angle and how they go around these team fights is going to be huge for Aaron to be able to be that decisive person to cut down. And yet again, we're in another game where the substitute has pressure on their shoulders at the last moment.
It's very true. Aaron has a lot of weight on his shoulders for sure, as that guy who, and I had an early exit before on Komodo last weekend, stepping into this team, trying to make sure that CB Gaming can have that consistency, win against Winthrop again like they did 2 weekends ago, and keep that run alive. Because as a reminder, this team does need to win the entire tournament to actually make it to promotion tournament. They're not in on points whatsoever, which is true for all the teams outside of top 4. Speaking of top 4, by the way, if you want to check out our other finalist, Team Ambition, who won the last tournament, their series is about to start up over on LCS_Challengers. So, give that a look. This is, again, 2-stream kind of day. So, very, very fun, very important series going on both streams right now. And CCG actually got reverse swept before this, too, which is pretty impressive. Apex Mission Impossible making the impossible comeback. So, really fun stuff over on that stream if you haven't been.
But we believed in them. We believed in them.
We did.
Our predictions. Yes. It's a fun fact. Prediction-wise, for all of the people on the broadcast team, that was the only matchup that everybody was split on. We actually had like a 50-50 split amongst the broadcast team in regards to that matchup. So, we actually have the graphic right here.
Cool.
See, look.
There's this prediction.
Hey, we're winners, Summer. Woo! Look at us.
Yes. Us and Dimitri are the geniuses. And, Ravish, she's still maidenless over there in that picture. He seems to be okay about it, though.
That smile hides a lot of pain.
All right. Man. Well, we're going to be getting into the second game of this series pretty soon. You were talking about how the live NACL finals is happening soon, on Wednesday?
Yeah, it's happening this Wednesday. And hey,
you're
in the area. I am on the East Coast. I don't know if you knew that
That's
about
fair.
me.
You're going to LCS finals, though.
That's on the East Coast, yes. I'll be there at the LCS finals. You can buy tickets, maybe. I don't know if you can for that. Just tell them you're there to meet me. They might kick you out. But, hey, do it. Why not?
Here for the Travesty fan meetup.
The Travie fans, the Travis Angels, they come together, but, it's the thought that counts. But hey, someone that does have tickets that I know for sure is still available is the finals going on for NACL. That's on Wednesday. There's going to be some great talent there. Everybody's going to be having a good time. It's only $10 to be able to get in. It's over at the Riot Games Arena, where you can see all the LCS matches going on. And this is where basically the future of North America is going to be colliding against one another to see who is going to be able to showcase themselves as the very best team in NACL. But for right now, we're seeing who the very best, second best team out of this group is. as it's Winthrop and CB Gaming looking to see who they'll be able to take that second spot. Winthrop is up 1 game inside the series, looking to punch their ticket home and complete the revenge tour against CB Gaming, who brought them here in the first place.
Team E Turner made sure of the victory in this group already. Winthrop University and CB Gaming fighting for second seed and the right to play against Lit Esports in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Pretty tough opponent, I might add. It's going to be a very dicey quarterfinal matchup. Very much looking forward to that tomorrow. Still a lot of action over here in North America. Speaking of LCS, Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses are going to be starting up in about an hour, I believe. So, yeah, lots to look forward to all around the North American region.
What do you have in that, Summer?
You know, my heart says EG. I'm a Ayla fan until I die. I'm the biggest Ayla fan on the entire planet.
I've noticed.
So I must predict Evil Geniuses.
So usually my heart wins out, as you've noticed with a lot of the times whenever I predict anything. But my mind is telling me too loudly that I have to vote for C9. So that's just where I'm at. Yeah. Well, on the opposition.
I mean, that's pretty reasonable. That's pretty good. I would not be upset if C9 represented us at Worlds. That would be pretty cool. I want EG to do it too, though. So, yeah, that's sort of where I'm at. What's your ideal NA Worlds lineup? We get 4 teams, by the way.
C9, of course, is one. Team Liquid is another one. I have Golden Guardians.
Nice.
And
you get one more.
I do. And it's what? It's between Energy and
Evil Geniuses.
Evil Geniuses.
And Dignitas.
Dignitas. Yeah, there's a part of me that would love Energy, but I also I'm fine with Energy or Evil Geniuses representing us. I think I'm more inclined for Energy, just because I want to see Palafaker at Worlds.
You are an Ayla hater, and we are no longer friends.
I actually love Ayla. Thank you. I'm a big Ayla fan. Well, that takes Ayla slander.
If you said EG over Energy, then we would have had the exact same dream lineup for Worlds. Yeah. So you were one off, unfortunately.
I'm one off. Yeah. It's hard.
That's why you
it's
need
hard.
to be an Ayla believer.
I'm fine if they make it. If they make it, that's cool. I will be cheering for them all the same. I won't be upset if either one of them make it. But the fantasy of Energy in their first time going over, that was pretty good. I'm down for it.
Could be cool. I do like Palafox. I'm still bitter at them for
what just happened, bot lane?
Luger. Yeah, I don't know.
What's that bot lane doing?
Looks like he ignited. Afraid of ignites. Chucky's also flashed there. This is what I was talking about before, about trying to pick a support that doesn't get blown up at level 2 by Xayah and Rakan. Seems like Nautilus, an unlikely victim there, is still on the chopping block to the bird friends.
You love the fact that it was almost like a, hey, stop talking about us. Pay attention to us. We're here. We're playing out. We're going to get that early kill. Love to see it. CB Gaming, that's the breath of air that I need to see from them. Make sure that they're able to get things going. I did just realize, too, this is a game where Amumu is your only magic damage, which is fine, because, he does basically true damage after a bit of time, but he is not going to be a huge amplifier of magic damage inside this competition.
That's why you gotta go for that Demonic Embrace. And the Conqueror ability is going to help out, too. More ability power there. And Ulthro, like you said, he's got some weight on his shoulders for sure, with the extra pressure of being the main magic damage dealer. Luckily for him, he has enough crowd control where you probably have to consider Mercury Treads anyway. And I say luckily for him because that puts some of the armor pressure away from the rest of his team, who doesn't really want the enemies to have plated steel caps all that bad. So there's some decisions to be made there. Some slight itemization things you have to consider when you're going for a comp like this, but I think they've actually done a great job constructing this so far.
Yeah. So far, good stuff from them. See if they can carry that on around, as junglers are just going to continue doing their clear shenanigans here. Do see that the pressure already put around this dragon pit, as you can see that Tritzer's trying to get set up in the position. Mitcher said, oh nah, you ain't taking chickens? These are our chickens.
Throws a gleaming quill at him as well on the way out. Get out of here. Send that up for his jungler. Trickster actually pretty behind in terms of the clear right now. Down 3 entire camps. Maybe 2 once he's done with the Gromp here, but the experienced lead is definitely in favor of Kulthro. The ultimates are so important for both these champions that it's actually going to matter quite a lot if Kulthro can make these plays start happening.
They're going to be able to make a play right here. Oh, he just hit 6. That sends Coulter off. Coulter was going to go for the dive. It saw 6. And, oh, no, there's all of a sudden a lot more soldiers that could get summoned in.
Emperor's Divide. Pretty scary. Coulter waddling down the river instead. You're looking down bot. I think the sweeper might run out before this ward gets taken. All right. Still gets it. It's all good. And clear out some of this vision and maybe come back.
Doesn't have to worry about adding that to the list of things to cry about at the current moment in time. Playing the Mooma. To move around. Get some Krugs. Dragon still up. Both teams could possibly look for that objective. Looks more in the favor of CB Gaming just because the bot lane is doing so well. Aaron, Mixture doing a good job. A duo that was formed over the course of a couple days. Coming in and showing some good synergy on the Lovers duo.
Just the pressure that comes from those two champions as well as Iron Rakan gets pushed in the wave. Both are already on the Drake. It's going to be a CB Gaming objective to start things off. It's very similar to the last game. Winthrop University put a stop to it pretty nicely later on. CB Gaming did secure themselves Drake 1 and Drake 2. Hextech Drake feels pretty good to start things off as well, so CB Gaming maybe can actually have a scaling advantage this time around.
Getting out just at the perfect moment. Wasn't in real danger, didn't have any vision of him. But somebody who is in danger, Klutza possibly. They're looking for some sort of a gank to get going on. They are playing that damage variant, going for that demonic as their first item. You can see it even with that first strike. They're going to get that satisfying moment where they hit somebody with a sapling while they're still sitting inside the fountain. That'll be nice. But you see already the invade trying to take away some resources from Kulthro.
This is going to feel pretty satisfying. Denying a blue buff from a Moo means that his clear is a little less safe, less healthy as far as the mana is concerned. So I like that out of Trickster. We're still looking at him to try to hit level 6 as fast as possible. Kulthro is already there, so there is a window where you have the Curse of the Sad Mummy and you don't have to deal with the big Maokai ultimate. Now that the sapling reveals Kulthro, they know this.
They are ready. This is the pain of playing against a Maokai, by the way. This is why I would rather just play this champion whenever I get put in jungle. Because I'm just like, you know, if somebody else plays Maokai, I'm going to lose my mind. Because I'm just going to run into a random sapling when I'm trying to get somebody. I'm going to get tilted off of that alone.
Yeah, that champion's pretty annoying. So Kulthro at level 6 now really wants to start these plays up. I mean, yeah, Trickster did just hit 6. It's still kind of true, though. Need to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy down somewhere. The Rift Trail's a pretty good place to do it. You can see Mixture has already roamed up here. So is Chookies. Both these teams really keen on starting that objective and getting the gold online. Winthrop still pretty far behind thanks to that first blood.
Behind at the moment, and check out this rotation coming out from CB Gaming. Actually, they're moving all their resources over. Mobility's still down here in the bot side. So with CB Gaming moving all their resources, this is just going to be an easy take for them. Aaron, honestly, not even needed, just moved on up just to be there in the case of a fight breaking out. Is going to have to make that long walk back over to the base. And I like the respect that they're paying to this Nautilus Azir, making the long way around as they're like, yeah, I ain't trying to mess with any of that.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that Winthrop didn't like that play. I guess they did have mobility down bot lane, so he's getting some free time to hit this turret. Maybe that contributed a little bit because they know that if they lose on this play, then it's really, really bad. Trying to go for a little bit more favorable fight conditions, not really trusting in themselves to win that 4v4. He's, yeah, I mean, pretty patient out of Winthrop, and CB Gaming very thankful that this patience is giving them the Rift Herald for free.
Yeah. Much more quieter of a start from Winthrop, but I feel like we kind of expect that, right? A lot of their champions do pop off when they hit certain itemization peaks. We see that time and time again. We won't see the Maokai actually start being an incredible nuisance until they get that demonic embrace. Then all of a sudden the saplings are starting to burn them alive. The Ezreal 2 item power spike. Azir needs some items. So Winthrop, I feel like they're still content to just be like, all right, yeah, we're not that far behind. completely fine. Let's continue playing the game out the way we want to, farm it out. There's been no solo kills, no threats of a solo kill happening in any of the lanes. So Winter probably just A-okay with it, playing to their win condition.
I mean, in a way, a bot lane 2v2 kill is kind of a solo kill. In a way. You know, there's assist, so it's
in a way.
Not a true form of solo kill. I think it still counts, though. A lane kill.
Yeah.
As a jungler, it's literally the same thing. You don't want to gank that lane anymore. Your team is already losing the lane before you even get there. It's sad.
Oh. Geiger getting caught out of position there. Trying to go all out onto him underneath the tower, bringing him on in. Geiger going to get brought in. Denethor, once blood, has gotten tired of this laning phase. Said, you guys want to see some solo kills? Let me show you what a solo kill looks like. Going to go ahead and bring them all back in. The Counter-Strike is used, but a twisted advance later, and Denethor gets the kill. Geiger eliminated.
There you go. Nice setup there out of Denethor. All that crowd control and punishing the proxy very nicely. Geiger getting way too greedy for that. You cannot compete against the crowd control of Cassante. He will knock you all around, as shown here. Turret dealing with some damage there. Trickster helping out with the crowd control and crashing another wave where Geiger doesn't have teleport. So this Cassante is very far ahead.
Denethor, like I said before, had a very good game number one, right? They were on the Renekton last game. This game, they're popping off on the Cassante. You were talking about it earlier. There's a copy pasta about this champion. You know a champion's broken when there's copy pasta about it, you know? So it's one of those things where Cassante's just insane at the current moment in time, and Denethor also happens to be insane. Combination that could lead into an unfavorable circumstance for CB Gaming if they do not watch out, because now that it's one kill, can easily snowball out of control. But CB Gaming, they say, you know what, cool. We're just going to go down here to the bot side. The further away from the Cassante we can be to make this play, we'll make it happen.
University, they do have the Ezreal in the bottom lane, so it's kind of expected that you're not really playing towards this lane at all. And it's working out kind of nicely. You know, we saw that play up in the top lane. Denethor is quite ahead. You're giving over a lot to Aaron and the Drakes as well. At the same time, Flip University, they didn't even get the Rift Herald. I think this is not the cleanest play to top side game that we've seen, and it might come back to bite them. This could be the moment that we've been wanting to see out of Aaron, this guy who's been subbed in the ringer for CB Gaming in their time of need. He's already up 1-0. He got that first blood. He's got his Kraken Slayer too. This could be his big day.
Feel so bad for Geiger. Cassante autos immediately leaps away. Just like, nope, not dealing with it. Not wanting to play with it. But yeah, I'm there's a lot that's on the head of that, especially because of the fact that they are able to use the Feather Storm to be able to dodge out on Nautilus, make sure that they're good to go. It's a lot on Mixture too, who is coming in here, having to play alongside with Aaron. This is a new duo. They don't have any like competitive history of them to actually duoing or anything like that inside of a competitive sense. So there's a lot that comes into play with that. Denethor, yet again, going all out. Off cooldown is Denethor. They're going for the assist advance. Tower is low. Denethor is just going to bop him across the head. Here comes the bandit toss, the curse of the sad mommy, and Trickster shall burn in the tears of Cold Throw.
Okay, Cold Throw with the return up top lane. Double kill for the AP Amumu. That's what you call magic damage right there. Denethor and Trickster were not ready for that one. Trickster can't even flash out. The crowd control is far too powerful to crash even the wave there. And Denethor, he was getting all of these resources up top from Trickster. The second gank in a row completely turned on its head.
Good play coming about. A little bit of threat coming in as Chickies was positioning pretty aggressively at that current moment in time, and at least mobility of free to fire off a couple shots. Mobility has not gone down at all though, as being completely fine in terms of the farm, has been completely fine playing this Ezreal, getting that lead up. This is actually where we start to see the I feel like Winthrop might turn that patience. This is where they're going to look to pay off that patience that we were talking about earlier on inside of the game to make something happen. As first brick, Denethor gets the kill. It is a 1v2 scenario. Is going to go ahead and go unstoppable to just try and see what they can do. Does not have the all-out available, and that is another kill. Another line to the Ballad of the Sad Mom.
Denethor doesn't have teleport anymore. He just teleported to that lane to try to push this out. So now CB Gaming looks like are going to take another neutral objective off of this map. This is the 4th one in a row. With the University, they haven't really been able to match the rest of the map at all. They have mobility up, like, a little bit of CS, but even then, is he even up? Because this wave is going to be pushed into him. And that's kind of it, right? They're down 2 Drakes, they're down 2 Rift Heralds. Denethor got those 2 kills, but now he's died a couple of times, and Coldthrow is really online.
Good couple of rotations from Coulter up to the top side. I mean, I just love that. Every time we pan over to Aaron, CLG. Always faithful. But it's one of those things, though, but where it's just... I wonder when the patience pays off from Winter, right? Because we've seen this again, time and time again. They're getting itemization for themselves, right? They're going to start popping off. Leandri's picked up by the Azir, right? When did they start popping off, right? Is it too late when they do start popping off? Because CB Gaming, as you were talking about, 4 for 4. Last sit game, they were 3 for 4. They lost that one, but CB Gaming is showing a great understanding about how to move around, get these neutral objectives, and secure themselves those leads that the gold graph can't really show you, like the dragon.
Oh man, Trickster's really going for the damage build. Look at this.
Yeah.
He's got himself a tome. A
Leandri's.
codex, rather. Yeah, I think it is the Leandri's build. This is...
He's the only
very
Maokai player I
damage
know
focused.
that does that still.
That goes, yeah. Outside of like ARAM, right? Like,
Yeah.
This is very focused on DPS, which is shocking considering Sword already has some big damage of the magic variety. So, I don't know. It's a little interesting as we're going to have to see how that affects the front line of Winthrop University as the Drake is spawning. Ocean, we're seeing the Rift Herald pop for CB Gaming. I mean, this is a classic play. They're looking like they're going to be able to secure themselves the 3rd Drake in a row. Denethor is lumbering in from the base, really far away from this. Tricky to get into this.
Yeah. Still doesn't have TP either. This should be going gone. True Shot Barrage comes in. Only tags on to Aaron. They know that nobody's inside that bush at the current moment in time. They're trying to press forward. They want to make a play happen. Is this their moment? It is not going to be the dragon secured as Mixture goes in, lays in a good amount of hurt, gets out scot-free. A lot of damage. Mobility finishes off the Rakan, while Coulter's over there into the back. Is going to find themselves shut down. Another kill for them. Denethor running away, taking away the opposition, is trying to get out of harm's reach. Use that all out just to divide up the team. Winthrop, they do strike back and get 3 kills in exchange for a dragon and a kill down.
They definitely do. The dragon on CB Gaming is going to be concerning for sure. This is 3 in a row. Winthrop University, they don't quite wake up in time in this fight, so they're going to have to be playing against Soul Point for the remainder of this game. That's a very large amount of threat they have to deal with. Maybe start buying some preemptive Grievous wounds even, because got some damage over time champions, but we'll think about that in about 4 minutes. CB Gaming, they got themselves the Drake. That's what they were looking for. Need to make sure they don't keep giving over these kills.
Don't worry, Tritzer got you on the Morello. That's for sure. They're gonna keep piling into
so?
there. Yeah. I know. Tritzer just piles on the damage. If they have a reason that they can play the damage variant of it, they're gonna do it. So that's just Tritzer. That's a Tritzer thing. But Winthrop, I mean, I like the point that you used about waking up. I feel like they're woken up now, but now I'm still, yet again, it's the question I asked. I proposed it earlier. When does it get to be a scary point where you start hitting like, oh no buttons if you're Winthrop, right? Because they did get themselves a nice little swing of gold for themselves, so that's why I'm saying I think they're awake at this moment. They should be able to turn this influx of gold around into something else. But now they're in a position where they don't lose a fight in the bottom quadrant of the map in the next couple minutes, right? Like, they're in a situation where they do have to be mindful of that, and that's extra pressure that you just put onto yourself.
Seeing that the pressure isn't really affecting Denethor in a big way. He's still going for these big plays as the tank. Very impressive the way that he split up everybody and still found these kills. Yes, he died in the end, but it's well worth it for Winthrop. And he's quite the star in his own right on this Cassante today. There's been a good series from him. The Renekton before as well. We'll need to see him keep this consistency up. He's one of our top laners in the qualifiers throughout the entirety of this split, and I'm still loving the looks that we're getting from him every single time.
Denethor is one of those prospects that always gives, right? Like you see him play Cassante, and you're like, ah, the reason why they made the Cassante Chad emote was because they foresaw Denethor playing Cassante,
Yeah,
right? And you can convince yourself that easily.
It's a portrait of him, right?
Actually,
that's
yeah.
what he.
It's
His
absolute
jawline and everything.
Absolute, yeah. It just has the jawline of Denethor there, but it is one of the things where Winthrop always shows up, and Denethor is a consistent factor in that. And now it's Sword who wants to be a consistent factor. So they shuffle on in, cold throw, full AP, full pops, gets taken off the Rift, and now they're going in a little bit further. Make sure I don't think you want that smoke. And it's Trickster who follows on up. They continue forward. Mobility finds a double kill. Geiger, you're joining into the fray a little bit too late, and you will try to do your counter strike, but you're going to find yourself ace. Easy for Winthrop to find the kills in the mid lane.
Wow, Colthrow picked off so well. This play completely brought to you by Swords Azir. Excellent find there from the mid laner out of Winthrop University, moving directly over to this Baron. 5 for 0 ace. They're all going to be wearing purple. And the Throps are out right now, Travis D. Turo Baron buff for Winthrop.
1 out of 6 neutral objectives. All you need is when it's the big purple worm is that one, right? Like, the patience pays off. Winthrop find a great play all off the back of Sword. Now, if you're CB Gaming, you're like trying to get back onto the Rift, right? 45 seconds until Dragon spawns. It's Dragon Soul. What are you going to do? You need to try and get control over this dragon, because all of a sudden you're like, okay, Ocean Soul needs to be the thing because they have scaled up. They have ballooned in terms of their gold lead. They are so massively ahead off of that one single ace that now Winthrop, they could just muscle their way through whatever CB Gaming has in store.
They have to do that and then some, because they need to make sure that the steal doesn't happen. CB Gaming can actually secure themselves the Ocean Soul. So be careful, Winthrop University. Even though you did just find that 5 for 0 ace, it was on the condition that a Mumu got picked, and it was without an Ocean Soul. Gotta be a bit worried this next play.
The Shot Barrage comes through. It does a good amount of damage. Actually, look at this. Denethor is alone with all of them, and now they're going to go ahead and push in the gate. The Shurima Shuffle actually doesn't catch on to anybody. They're going to be able to lay in a good amount of damage, though. The line in the sand has been drawn, and the Curse of the Sad Mummy comes on in. Look at Kleppo laying in the hurt, but Sword untouched in the fight. Mobility as well. An easy trip, and Mobility cleans up the rest. Ocean Dragon secured. Winthrop come ahead in the fight.
Nicely done there again. Sword is popping off in these fights. 4-0-8 on this Azir. A triple kill for him on the play. The DPS is unmatched right now, and Mobility stays deathless alongside his mid laner. The Baron buff is still here. That's a Drake secured. Travis D, I think we have our next quarterfinal team. Winthrop University are looking so dominant today.
They're looking so incredibly good. You're getting an idea why Sword gets his ear band away from them. Inside of game number 1, we saw it, and then in game number 2, we're like, oh yeah. Sword's ear is actually pretty filthy. It's going to be now a case of, Winthrop, we're keeping our eyes on them because they're the ones that almost have a 10k lead now all of a sudden. The game was even like 3 minutes ago. I would say what happened, but it happened very recently, so I can't feign that I have memory issues all of a sudden. They just balloons it. Like, it's insane.
That's what 2 aces will do to you. This is a good hand in Texas Hold'em. It's also quite good in League of Legends, it turns out. Moving up top lane. Baron is still there for like 5 seconds, so maybe this is going to be another turret with the Turo Baron power play as Winthrop University still looking so ruthless here. No way for CB Gaming to get back into this game.
The snowball that's turned into an avalanche that CB was not ready for. It was really quiet. It was really small at first. But then they looked up and they just saw a mist of snow coming down. And it's CB Gaming who's getting buried inside of it. This is the Winthrop that everybody was expecting to see in the very first week of the group stage when they played against CB Gaming the first time. This is not the same squad, it feels like, from Winthrop that got put down out of contention for that first seed. They're playing mad. They're playing with that memory still inside their heart and saying, you know what? Gotta show everybody what's what. BB Gaming. They just do not have an answer now for what Winthrop is serving up.
Yeah, these engages have been really difficult to come by for them. They still have Full Throw with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. That is a big X factor. Can they even get to the back line, though? I mean, Sword and Mobility have yet to die in this game, and those are the main damage dealers. So it's going to be really tricky for CB Gaming. They're trying to get some objective bounties off of the map, but will they even get them for free? I think Klexo might just die.
Yeah, I think Klexo just dies here. They're going to be in a rough spot. Yeah, there you go. This is just this champion just dashing around, doing an immense amount of damage. Let's get away with that bit of play with the hammer. Trying to come in for this. There was a sapling there. Mixture not appreciating the Leandri's build. They are building Morel and Namicon, by the way. So Trickster is just out here being a menace. Every time you try to go for a play even, you can't get in on a flank onto any of these members because there's saplings everywhere. And even the bandage toss isn't reliable because Sword's been on point with their ultimate. They've been constantly pushing people back, and even if they think for a moment a bandage toss is going to hit, they're ready to just go ahead and buffer out that ultimate to push them away.
Great performance out of Sword this game. This is exactly what Winthrop University needed to get them into the quarterfinals. And, I mean, Trickster has been a great facilitator this series as well. The Ivern still strong in our memories. Denethor's early lane is paying off very nicely, too. I mean, Geiger cannot participate in any of these fights. Mobility got weak-sided this game. Still able to do a lot. So it really is just everybody. I guess I didn't say Chookies. Good job, Chookies. You're playing Nautilus.
Nice pat on the back there. Nice catch.
Yeah. Someone's got to do it.
It's going around to the team, telling everybody, you know, you did a good job. You look over at the Nautilus and you're like, yeah. And you just keep walking.
Ooh. Look at this out of Sword. He's got himself a cleanse to get out of the crowd control out of Amumu. Just trying to keep his KDA alive, you know? Still deathless throughout this game. Why not remain deathless?
Valuable wing
ability
conditions,
power
too.
is still very high. He's got an ego book. He's got a needlessly large run. Doesn't really need more damage. So I endorse this build.
You heard it here. Summer seal of approval. Very valuable in some states.
Many states, I think.
Many states?
Maybe I'm biased.
No, I mean, it is your seal, so I guess you do kind of get to make the rules on it. What's the least valuable state for your seal?
Florida.
Ah, that makes sense.
Easy answer.
Very
TV
easy.
Gaming, they actually have the footing on this Drake. This is their last stand, you have to imagine.
Yeah, well, right now, Culper's not going to be standing for very long. They flash, they curse of the sad mummy. Yet again, the Sword uses that ultimate to build a wall between the opposition. Look at Aaron actually doing a good amount of damage, but Sword was not finished off, so they can rout off the remaining members. It was a good last hurrah for CB Gaming. They gave us some exciting moments, but it's Winthrop who are going to throw their way all the way to the Nexus.
Making it to the quarterfinals as well, Winthrop University. We expected them to be the first seed in this group, but they will still make it the long way around. Second seed here, Winthrop University claim their revenge, a 2-0 against CB Gaming as they waltz on in to quarterfinals tomorrow.
Good stuff from Winthrop. The collegiate powerhouses continue to power through inside of the NACL qualifiers. Last time it was Maryville. This time it's Winthrop looking to power their way on through into the playoffs. There we go. It is the Nexus. It is gone. Say your thoughts out inside of the chat now. You have the permission. And look at this star-studded roster. Every single one of these players here are able to bring out such carry potential inside of the game. Every game that they played here in this 2-0, everybody had their moment to shine in different ways. What a great showing.
GG's to the boys in Rock Hill. Winthrop University claim a 2-0. Double 2-0 today. It's a bit of a quick one right now. Travesty is the other stream's still going, by the way, if you want to check that out. But yeah, we're going to have hopefully an interview with one of the victorious members of of Winthrop University as they just took a very dominant win.
Yeah.
That I'm sure feels very good after the 0-2 finish a couple weekends ago.
Yeah. Gotta feel good. Gotta feel comforting. Know that you still got it. They do have a rematch that's in the future that's been preordained into the stars now. It's going to be a rematch coming into the quarterfinals, which is weird to say, but them going against Lit. That's a weird one to be able to have to say, actually, but hey, look, that's how things play out. So we're going to take ourselves a short break, and when we come back, we're going to talk with a member of Winthrop to get their ideas on what is coming next for this squad and what they got their eyes on to for tomorrow. We'll be right back.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back. And patience rewarded indeed here as we have ourselves a lovely member from Winthrop to come in. We got mobility in the building. How is it going?
Good. How about you guys?
Pretty good.
It's been a good day.
Yeah.
The casts were very fun. You guys brought it back after losing to this team a couple weekends ago. I'm sure the grudge match feels good. How have you guys been doing going against the previous opponent that took you down?
We were pretty confident. I didn't see this day being anything other than a 2-0. I think whenever we met them last time, I think like the week or two heading into that match was probably like our worst week of scrims, or week or two of scrims. We were adjusting to the patch, and that took us a little longer than expected. So I think we only dropped that match, and that's it. Besides that, our scrims have been great. We kind of like peaking right now of feeling really good. Scrims are good, matches are good. Feels a lot better.
Yeah. Good time to be peaking. You're going into the quarterfinals now, on your way to the promotion tournament, perhaps, and you guys are going to be playing against another rematch, Lit Esports, tomorrow. Did you know you were playing against them?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you thinking about this match? I know their bot lane's going to be a bit different this time.
To be honest, I think Sajed was the only other AD carry that I thought was decent. So they don't have him anymore, so I think should be a free match.
Okay, so what you're telling me is I'm not going to have look down at bot lane and just see that you're just left alone on an island, right? You guys are going to pop off through the bot lane. Is it serious? You just kind of got left alone down there.
I was chilling this series. I was just like both laning phases. I was up so much CS. I had like 11 something CS a minute both games. I was chilling. But yeah, and then other series maybe it'll be different.
Okay. We can expect some more carry performances from you. Okay, moving away from the game. I know are you still at home? You haven't moved to school yet?
Yeah, I'm still at home right now.
How are your cats?
The cats are great. They're sleeping in the cat tree right now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm happy to hear it. Are you have to move away from them though, right? You can't take them with you?
I'm pretty
So
sad
sad.
about that. In like 2 weeks, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Sag.
You gotta finish out the split strong. Get the wins for them. While you're still with them.
Do it for them.
Yeah.
Right,
You got it.
How has it been playing with the new? Because you guys have Tritzter who's came into the roster. How has it been actually? Because you guys have now had enough time to kind of gel together and whatnot. Tritzter tends to be a little bit more unhinged with the fact that they like to play the more damage heavy variants of different things. How has it been playing with Tritzter?
I knew his style going in, so I was a little. When we were talking about what junglers to get, I was a little hesitant because my playstyle doesn't really fit with carry junglers, I'd say. I definitely am like, it's always a meme when you're on my team, it's just go bot, go bot, go bot. But I think we've got it down pretty well. He's actually not just a straight carry jungle player. He's actually really, really good at playing both styles. So we're pretty comfortable if they're going to leave up the carry things, or it's like a good spot for a carry champ that he can pick it and he's going to perform on it. So that's been nice.
They banned Ivern and Kindred in game 2. So
yeah,
He kind of eats up bans for us. It's kind of OP.
Like he's eaten up 5 bans before inside of Collegiate, so that might be a nice pressure taken off of the rest of the team there.
Yeah, they got to ban like 10 champs from this guy.
Yeah, ban 5 junglers, pick 5 junglers.
Yep.
And then that's the only way, right?
Yep.
So,
Only way to stop him.
yeah, he had a pretty good series this time around. I'm happy to hear you guys are doing well. Happy to hear you guys are peaking. Confident moving into the playoff bracket. I know we talked a bit about Lit, but you guys made it to the finals before last time too. You think you're going to go back there?
Yeah, I think we'll get back there and I think we'll win. It was pretty unfortunate on that day. It's just kind of like a once, and like it doesn't really have much. Like we just kind of underperformed, I think, on that day as a team. I think going into that series, we were like 6-0 or 9-0 against TA in scrims, and we felt pretty confident. Then just on that day, they were way better. So it kind of feels bad, but I think we're pretty confident we'll make it back and win this time.
Is there a specific team, if you guys go on, get into the the promotion relegation tournament, is there a specific team that you would love to go against from NACL that you would love to try and show your stuff against?
From NACL,
Mhm.
probably Maryville more than any other team.
Well, you gotta promote for that. 'Cause
Yeah.
they got 8th, so they're still sitting pretty for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're good. They don't got to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not playing in that tournament with you. You gotta promote with them and then play
Oh,
against
okay.
them there.
Well, then we'll see them there then.
That's what I like to
That's what I
hear.
like to hear.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, with that being said, Mobility, you got anything you want to say to the people in chat that are thropping out, or what you got for us here today?
The hashtag drops out.
Hashtag throps out. You heard it here. Let's get it going. Thank you so much, Mobility, for coming out. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. See what you can do against Lit, and we'll be looking forward to the matchup. You make sure you take care. All right.
You guys have a good day as well. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, Mobility. All right,
All
Travi.
right.
We're done with the day. Done with group stage over here. I know
Group stage is
the other
done.
stream's still going.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, they got a little bit of a later day, but you know what? Fun game, fun series all around. We had some really fun matchups, some really fun talking points. I got to leave you speechless a couple times. It was great. I enjoyed myself, all things considered. I'm glad you did as well. It's been a pretty chaotic ride on the day in terms of like what we thought things were going, and even how our day started.
Yeah. I'm going to do a time check here, Travi. If we
Okay.
close the stream out right now, then we have about 20 hours before the quarterfinal starts to play Baldur's Gate. You in?
Oh, yeah, I'm in. All right. So, hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining in. Shout outs to all of our sponsors, making sure that we're able to bring this all and make it all possible. Make sure to check out the other stream that is currently going on at this current moment in time. That is the LCS_Challengers one. Actually, I think it's on is it on the Rally Cry?
On Rally Cry Official.
Yeah, it's on
LCS
Rally
started
Cry
that.
Official. Yeah, LCS is on, so go ahead and go to Rally Cry Official to be able to check out the remainder of group stage. That way we can figure out the rest of the makeup for the end of the day. Shout out to everybody who came in, whether you were thropping out or anything of the sort. We appreciate every single one of you, and we hope you take care. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow, where we'll be going into the quarterfinals, and you will not want to miss that. Take care.